Hello, I'm Christina and welcome to Livestream 22.
It's fantastic to be here. My name is James and I've been involved in the pro-life movement for several years. I got involved at university and I'm particularly committed because of the lives that are being lost and the fact that this is a winnable fight, that we can actually make a huge difference. And I hope that you'll be encouraged that you can make that difference too throughout these live streams.
So across these 3 amazing evenings, we will be providing you with roundtable discussions, moving testimonies, apologetics, even news from the US and Ireland, so make sure to stay tuned.
Our theme for this year is 10 million too many. That's 10 million children who have lost their lives to the abortion industry in incredibly brutal ways. And the untold cost to their mothers and fathers is unimaginable as well. And so we're going to be looking at those stories. During these 3 days, we'll be looking at the lives that have been lost and the lives that have been ruined and traumatized. And so I hope you'll join with us in speaking the truth in love, not being afraid to expose the brutality of abortion, but also speaking with sensitivity and compassion for those who have been hurt by it as well.
So please like, share, comment. You can follow us on Facebook, YouTube. We have this up on Vimeo as well. And please make sure to visit our website, which is marchforlife.co.uk. You can also visit the hashtags. Our first one is hashtag Livestream22. You should be able to see it on the bottom here. And also hashtag 10 million too many. And those are the numbers, 22 and 10. So please get involved. Please go on the website. You can even click to donate on the website. It's an easy way if you've got a busy life with all your families, your jobs. It's a great way to get the pro-life message out by sharing on social media. It's a great way to try and help the pro-life message and the pro-life cause by just donating. So it would be great if you could do what you can.
Well, throughout these 3 days, we're going to be looking at 12 of the toughest questions that you might be asked about abortion. And to answer these, we have one of the leading pro-life apologists in our country, Dr. Callum Miller. And to start with, he'll be looking at the question, when does life begin?
When does life begin? Well, this is often seen as a question of personal opinion or a political debate or a legal debate or a question of philosophy or religion. You might think that some people have a Christian view of it, Muslims have a different view, atheists have a different view, biologists and lawyers have different opinions. But the reality is that this is just a straightforward scientific question. Life is a biological scientific concept. That's literally what biology means. It means the study of life. And so when we're asking about when life begins, we are asking a question of biology. And biology deals with facts, not opinions. Biology deals with objective realities. And people might disagree about those objective realities in some cases, but we're dealing with something that is ultimately a matter of fact. Indeed, in this case, there is no significant difference of opinion among biologists. There is a biological consensus that life begins at fertilization, which is when a sperm cell meets an egg cell and the two combine to create a new human organism. Now, some of the reason this debate is often confused or controversial is because we don't specify what it means for life to begin. After all, there are all sorts of non-human life. Viruses and bacteria are alive. Skin cells of humans, indeed, are alive. But we wouldn't consider them as being persons. We wouldn't consider them as being equal human beings. So we do need to say a bit more carefully, what exactly does it mean to say life begins? What we actually mean is to say that a new individual human organism begins to exist. That's what we're talking about because that's what we are. I am an individual human organism, a member of our species, a member of Homo sapiens. When we want to know when life begins, that's what we want to know. We want to find out, when did my life begin as an individual human organism? And the science on that is very, very clear. Life begins at fertilization. Now, you don't have to just take my word for it, although I went to medical school and it was a good medical school that taught us this without any controversy. In fact, there have even been surveys of biologists on this question. There was a survey of 5,500 biologists just a couple of years ago, and they were asked, what are your views on abortion? Are you pro-life or pro-choice? Are you politically conservative, politically liberal? And what they found is that 95% of biologists agreed that life begins at fertilization. They even asked the pro-choice and the very pro-choice biologists, when does life begin? And the overwhelming majority, even of very pro-choice biologists, still agreed that life begins at fertilization. So there's really no debate about this at all. It is a biological question with a biological answer, and biologists have a complete consensus on that answer, that life begins at fertilization.
Thank you, Dr. Callum Miller. That was so interesting, and it equips us all for all those questions that we get asked all the time. As a young person, I know that during school and on social media, you're constantly getting all these questions. I mean, life comes from conception is quite a simple one, but the questions that we might get during these evenings, you'll see, are complicated ones that he's amazing at answering. So always just refer back to life from conception, no exception. It's a simple biological fact, and he answered it amazingly.
Next up, we have a roundtable on bringing God back into the abortion debate with some of the leading evangelical figures in our country who are engaged in this important topic.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our roundtable discussion, bringing God back into the abortion debate. In 1967, in England, Wales and Scotland, abortion was made legal in certain very carefully defined circumstances. Very broadly, abortion was allowed where there was a danger to the woman's life, where there was risk to her mental or physical health, or a risk to the mental and physical health of her children, or there was a risk of serious mental or physical abnormality to the unborn child, giving the prospect that that child might be handicapped. But abortion was not in itself made legal. But over at least the last 3 decades, we have been bombarded with the message that abortion actually is all about women's rights. My body, my choice. If a woman doesn't want to have a baby, then why should she have to play host to this parasite for 9 months? And of course, we all know that until a baby's born, it's not a human being anyway, so what's it matter? Nothing to do with God at all. But can God really be pushed out of the debate like this? After all, if God really does exist, and if he made men and women in his own image, and if he gives life, and if every life is special and has a purpose, and if the Bible prohibits absolutely the taking of innocent life, which it brands murder, Well, logically, could we not expect that God cares a very great deal about the unborn? And logically, if we're asserting the right to do what we want and rejecting him, then are we actually putting ourselves on the other side in this battle between good and evil that's been raging ever since Eden? In fact, maybe by our mindless killing, our sacrifice of the unborn, could it be said that we are worshipping evil? And is this perhaps why evil has grown so strong in society over the recent years? So, is abortion a sin? Are we under judgment? Is it time to bring God back into the debate? Or has he been here all along? My name's Linda Rose. I'm CEO of Voice for Justice UK, and we believe in the sanctity of life from conception through to natural death. And I would like to invite this distinguished panel with me today to introduce themselves before we start. Dawn, can we start with you?
Thank you, Linda. Dawn McAvoy. I work for the Evangelical Alliance in Belfast, and I head up the Both Lives Matter campaign based in Northern Ireland that the EA co-founded.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Phillips. I am a lawyer and I work for Christian Legal Centre.
I'm Kieran Kelly and I'm the Deputy Director at the Christian Institute.
I'm Regan King. I pastor the Angel Church in Islington and have previously led the Pregnancy Crisis Helpline, an initiative that helps women in crisis situations in their pregnancy.
Thank you. Well, let me kick us off by just getting straight in there and saying, do you think God has a place in the abortion debate? Is it a spiritual issue?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, just at the basic level, you already indicated that the scriptures teach us that we're made in the image of God. Elsewhere in the scriptures, we see that this takes place even in the mother's womb. If you go to like Psalm 139, you see the psalmist David talking about how God has formed his inward parts being knitted and together in the mother's womb. I'm wonderfully made. So it all starts at that beginning point. At the same time, you have the reality that this matters, and bringing God to it matters because Christians, in name anyway, are not always very clear on this abortion issue. In the States, 2/3 of abortions are procured by people who profess some belief, not just in a generic God, but in the Christian God. So we do need to bring God back into our discussion, I believe.
Okay, but how do you respond to those people who say, but what about a woman's well-being? What about her rights?
I think God cares about both lives and pregnancy. God cares for women. They're part of his creation and salvation story. There are many examples of women in the Bible that God lifted and redeemed and used through the Hebrew scriptures right into the New Testament. And of course, God chose to come to earth. We often think of him coming in the manger, but he chose to come and develop in exactly the same way that we did. He came as an embryo, first of all, and he developed in the womb of Mary, and he chose then to be born like us, grow like us into maturity, into adulthood. He lived and died as we will. And I think anybody then that says that God doesn't care for life pre-birth and for women who are uniquely tasked with procreating, raising, nurturing that child with, obviously, the man as well. But anybody who says that God doesn't care for both lives and pregnancy, I think doesn't know God. He created this whole universe, and he created us as his image bearers as the pinnacle of his creation, and we're part of that plan. And of course Satan, and that's why it's a spiritual battle, Satan's desire is to destroy God's plan. He comes to kill, steal and destroy, and Jesus came to bring truth and freedom from those lies. So God absolutely matters and needs to be part of this conversation.
And what Dawn says there is so significant in terms of Christ being God from the point of being an embryo. His godhood wasn't cast upon him at birth. It was from the beginning, and that's significant in terms of what the Bible has to tell us about redemption, that he entered into our humanity and was made like his brothers. He was in every way as we were. That's significant. So if we start to divorce the humanity or start to put it in place at a later stage than conception, then you actually start to undermine what the Bible has to say about God's redemption plan. And to come back to your initial point about this, whether this is a spiritual battle or not, of course it is, because we have God's truth and we have something being set against God's truth. And what the Bible puts forward, just a beautiful description of what it means to be a human being and how significant that is, and being made in the image of God, and before I formed you I knew you, and all this sort of thing. And set against that, and as you mentioned right from the very beginning, is but did God really say? And yes, but what about? And that is all an attack on God's truth, and it's a utilitarian attack, isn't it? I think we can recognise that whilst the Bible talks about humanity and describes humanity in its significance because it's made in the image of God, the counter to that is really a utilitarian argument that comes forth in examples like blob of cells or incompatible with life, which is very dehumanizing. And I think that's where you see this spiritual debate or this spiritual battle coming out, is because God has set what his truth is, and man in his sin opposes that truth and has always done so.
That seems, it's so clear. But just let me ask our lawyer here that, the abortion lobby makes it such a human rights issue.
Mm-hmm.
How do you think we've lost God from this debate? How?
Yeah, I think over the years that the common law was developed in this country, and also the law that around Europe came together, that there was a partnership there between the law and also what people believed. And so really, what is law? What is a rule? It's really when you distill an ethic into a form of words. And then the reason why people then obey that is because they know deep down in their conscience that there's a good reason to obey that rule. And so, when you're driving along the road and you maybe go above the speed limit, not only do you do it not maybe just to be caught, but also, deep down it's the wrong thing to do. And I think now there's been this great divorce in our societies between our faith and between the law. Law has just become an instrument to serve the ends of the people that they and what they want. And so if then people do not want those things anymore, then they will then manipulate the arguments in such a way as to make it sound extremely logical, but extremely false. And so that, that's what lawyers are employed to do. They're employed in order to make the best case for their client.
Yeah, our consciences continue to inform us regardless of what the law says, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Because we all have informed consciences that have been given by God, and the scriptures say that what can be known about him is abundantly clear, it's without excuse, and that includes those elements of his character that he's chosen to reveal to us, showing us really the way that we should be as well. Being created in the image of God, we're to reflect those elements of his character which he has communicated. We're to value justice, we're to care about life, we're to seek to care for those who are needy and who are vulnerable in this fallen world. And so whatever the law says, there's still that important element of conscience that comes in telling us that this is not right. Hence why I think we have some mental health issues that can arrive, depression, real grief and sadness, a sense of loss that can very often follow an abortion, because the conscience is still informing that this was life and it's been lost, regardless of the circumstance in which the abortion was procured.
Yeah.
Okay, but in this very secular society, how do we get that message out? If people are just looking to, the law reflects what they want, this is what they want, how do we get this message out to them?
Well, the conscience point is so significant, I would say, in this, because we're not talking to a world, however godless the world that we operate in is. We are not talking to a world that is without God and does not know God. And everyone has a conscience. And we can put forward arguments which speak to that conscience, even if they're not biblical arguments. I don't think we need to get out our Bibles and say Psalm 139 says, or Jeremiah chapter 1 verse 5 says, with the general populace. We're still speaking to them to their conscience. I think that is a big thing in our favour in making these arguments. So they may have set aside faith, quote unquote, but then they haven't set aside their conscience. So when we speak truth, when we speak what is, some would say, describe as natural law, the conscience that everybody has amplifies that. And I think we can afford to speak relatively gently, because the conscience that people have amplifies however much people might try to suppress it. Romans 2 talks about the way humanity suppresses truth. The conscience amplifies it. So we can use lots of good arguments without sort of necessarily quoting the Bible. You know, Paul, classic biblical example, Paul in Athens, he didn't start from the Torah says when he was talking to a Greek audience. He said, "Oh, look around, I see you're very religious. I see that you take your religion very, very seriously." He built common ground with them. He was very respectful, even though he completely disagreed with their paganism. He was very respectful of their beliefs. And then he led them on this journey to introduce them to God. And when we speak and we make forward arguments that are, say, on equality grounds, let's say, or on medical grounds to do with abortion, we can trust in the fact that they're true arguments, and God will amplify those arguments in their significance in people's conscience. And I think that's an area where we can come from a position of faith without saying, "Thus and says the Lord." You know.
I think it's also that we fundamentally believe that we have a better story. Jesus came with good news for a broken, hurting, painful world, and abortion ideologies are not good news. They can be dressed up as choice, they can be dressed up as compassion, but ultimately abortion as an ideology and abortion laws have bound society to the lies that are perpetuated by abortion. That women facing pregnancy crisis and the vast majority of all abortions are for the genuine, unexpected, unplanned socioeconomic crisis, and women are bound to that lie that they're in this tug of war with their unborn baby, and that one of them has to lose for the other to gain. And we have a good news story, a better story. And if we're not telling that story that releases the captive and binds up the brokenhearted and restores a beautiful story of life to this broken world, and I think we have to think again about our language. It shouldn't be a matter of laws that restrict or condemn. It's about human dignity being afforded to the woman in crisis and her unborn baby, and laws and services that enable both to live and thrive, rather than women being pitted against their own bodies, their children, and in law then winning a supposed victory.
Dawn, just picking up on that, in your work with Two Lives Matter, have you actually, is it your experience that women are really damaged with abortion? Have you seen the reality of a spiritual battle with women? Do they hurt?
Obviously, Northern Ireland's in a unique place that we haven't had. You know, we didn't have our law change in 1967, so up until 2020, we had a very different law. So our abortion rates were 6 times less annually, which shows that laws do make a difference. But still, every abortion ends an unborn life, and many women in Northern Ireland have been harmed by abortion. And we have those stories and seek those stories for our website. Women who, including in church families, who were taken across the water to England because the secret sin of abortion was better than the public shame of an unplanned or a crisis pregnancy. Women who have suffered decades, maybe not immediately for some of them, but maybe with the next pregnancy or a subsequent birth, then the trauma of what they did with the previous abortion has hit them. For other stories that we have, it's been an immediate regret, and then decades. One woman in particular that I can think of, decades of drug abuse, alcohol abuse, mental health issues, there's no, because of the way data is collected, from a policy perspective, there's no consistent sort of longitudinal link between her abortion and then these years of mental health. But she will link it back to that abortion being chosen by her, encouraged to be chosen by people who wanted her well-being. But if she'd had an alternative support, she'd have chosen life for her baby. And that's what she would say now. So yes, we do see those stories. And that's why the good news story is so important for both lives in pregnancy. And I think, I'll let somebody else speak. But I was thinking earlier, recently we've been looking a lot at Hagar and the story of Hagar and how God saw her, this young woman abused, exploited, abandoned by the people who should have been responsible for her and her young son, and abandoned. And God saw her and met her, and she named him. She said, God sees me. And that's what God does for these women who are in crisis through us. And if those women don't receive the support they need, then we're letting them down.
Yeah, it's good news, isn't it? Michael, can I come back to just picking up on what you were saying too? Because there's a tie here that people get the law basically that they want. Have we shortchanged society by not talking about God more? Should we have been putting out that good news and actually the impact more? What inheritance has the church given to society, do you think?
I think that a failing of a lot of churches, and especially a lot of Protestant churches, is that they don't see this as what they would say, and I've had this said to me before, is as a gospel issue. Because they say, we just want to get out there, we just want to preach the gospel, we want to do maybe social action ministries, we want to maybe preach on the streets, we want to do one-to-one evangelism with our friends at work or whatever. And not to say that any of that is wrong, obviously not, but at the same time, if you're not speaking into the space, when your young children are going to secular schools and they're hearing the message of the world, they will believe it, unless you are positively giving the counter-narrative to what the secular state is saying. And so when they find themselves, and they've gone off to university or they've gone off to work somewhere else, and they find themselves in a difficult situation, unplanned pregnancy and so on, then immediately what comes to mind is that maybe not necessarily for the shame that people felt in the 1960s and 70s, but for economic reasons, and sometimes maybe also in religious circles, they may feel as though this isn't the right thing to do. It's easier just to have an abortion. And I think there's been a failing there of pastors, of vicars, and of priests to speak into this issue. And what I hear from people who are actually outside the clinics and then approaching women is some of them do profess to be Christians. And you just think, how is that? I think that if I was in that situation, I probably would maybe even lie and say, well, I'm not, not really a believer. But they obviously don't feel as though there's any contradiction between saying that they're a Christian and also having an abortion, because nobody's told them otherwise. And I think that's a dereliction of duty by many of the church leaders out there for failing to speak into this issue.
So how do people react to this idea that maybe we are, as a world, under judgment?
Well, I think we are. I believe we see such chaos and calamity in the world around us, and in our society particularly. I mean, it's easy to point the fingers at other places, but there's a marked decline in people's openness to the truth of the God of the Bible since the abortion law was instituted, since the days when we began to see an increase in so-called legal abortions. Yes, it's correct that abortion was not decriminalized. It's only in certain circumstances is it allowed, but we know that practically speaking, is it 95% of abortions are procured under mental health grounds, 98%, I believe, of those undesignated mental health grounds. And certainly talking with people who were seeking abortions over the years, it's very apparent to me that many people, they just they don't want the child. They don't have a reason. They'll even say there's no mental health reason that they have, but they just don't want the child. And there was a failure, I believe, that many are waking up to that on the church's part to communicate the truth of what Scripture has to say in regard to the foundational principles of life, where it comes from, how it's to be valued. And there has been, at the same time, a fear of dealing with and addressing this situation from a spiritual standpoint. You said, some people have had this attitude of, well, we'll just present the gospel. But it's interesting, people say, well, just present the gospel, but aren't we supposed to present that also in work, not just in word? The scriptures say that we're to rescue those being led away to death. We're to care for those who are weak, defending the cause of the weak. There's so many passages that highlight, even if you look at the early church document, the Didache, abortion specifically was singled out. This is still in the apostolic age. Abortion was singled out as something that Christians should not be taking part in. That was the consistent witness of the early church. So we felt in that.
Transformed the society's thinking on abortion.
Absolutely.
It did.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And that's the reason why Christianity took off in the early centuries, because the idea of charity, the idea of loving your neighbor, the idea of adoption, all of these were complete anathema to the ancient world. They just thought it was a ridiculous idea, and people were drawn into Christianity by obviously the message of Jesus, the miracles, and so on. But it was also the love that they experienced. The people that society hated and naturally despised, the church took in. And I think that there is a duty now on Christians today to look at those people who are around us, who are despised and rejected, and love them, not to the extent that you endorse necessarily everything that they say or do, because that's not true love, but just to speak lovingly to them about what they are doing. And sometimes that involves confrontation, that involves presenting the truth to people, which they don't always want to hear.
A lot of people, most people, you speak to them and they say, I'm a good person. I give to charity, I do this, I'm nice. And they honestly, in their frame of reference, they are good, but somehow the idea of terminating the life of an unborn child doesn't rate.
Yeah.
I mean, the impact of the early church, exactly, but how do we, there's a kind of a moral ambivalence and hypocrisy, I think, that's affecting society. How do we get through that?
Well, I think there's a number of ways that we can do it, and I mean, we already touched on the fact that we don't necessarily need to be stood up and saying the Bible says to a society that is on a different page altogether. It doesn't recognise the authority of God's word. So I think for the church, the church needs to be confident in the power of God's word. And I think speaking as an evangelical Christian, evangelical Christians were very late to the party when it was being talked. I think both here and in the United States, Roman Catholics took a lead, and evangelicals had bought this lie that it didn't really matter, and it was only sort of late 70s, 80s, and when there was a bit of a turnaround in that. But so the church needs to perhaps recapture this confidence in the truth and the power and the authority of God's word. But I think when we're speaking to a world that just doesn't recognise any of that, I do think that there are powerful arguments to make. I don't think that we can only make pro-life arguments to an existing pro-life audience or to an existing Christian audience, because people understand the idea of equality. I mean, it's sort of one of the modern, it's almost kind of the catchphrase of the day, isn't it, about equality and discrimination. People sort of get it. And when you start talking about the inequality that comes from abortion, even if we're not talking about removing abortion altogether, if you talk about the inequality that exists within abortion law, I think you can get a hearing. When you talk about the damage that's done to mental health, I think you can get a hearing. When you talk about the sex selective abortion, I think you can get a hearing. Perhaps not with MPs, as we've found, in practice, but I think in terms of the general public, that you can start to squeeze away or remove some of these arguments which they haven't fully formed, but they've just sort of imbibed from a society that they've also imbibed around, divorce or things to do with sex education or sex generally or what have you. They've imbibed all these sort of anti-Christian secular ideas, atheistic ideas. We do have opportunities to put forward arguments that almost meet them where they're at and start to challenge some of these preconceptions that they have. So I absolutely agree with Dawn. In terms of there are better stories, there are good stories to tell. I think the 100,000 Lives campaign that Dawn led in Northern Ireland was just fantastic. That is a way to engage with people. It didn't have a Bible, to my knowledge. I don't think it had Bible verses on it, but it talked about 100,000 lives saved. People can connect to that. I think it can make a difference. I think there's all sorts of arguments. We don't have to bring them into our churches to make those arguments. We can make those arguments in the public square and make a difference.
Can I just say, I think one idea which a number of pro-life campaigners have been trying to get across is really just explaining the humanity of the unborn child. And so they kind of rely upon what happened with a number of campaigners over the years, social justice campaigners, for example, like William Wilberforce, who in fact in his early years was relatively ineffective because people didn't really understand the arguments and enjoyed the prosperity that they obtained as a result of slavery. But when they started illustrating exactly what was happening in the slave ships, that's when public opinion started to turn, and eventually downstream from that was Parliament, and Parliament eventually turned, and then it affected the whole world. And I think sometimes what some people do, and this is maybe slightly more controversial, but they would try to demonstrate through pictures the humanity of the unborn child, and as a result it creates strong reactions. A lot of people are very offended, sometimes police are called and so on, but it's really just trying to say this is actually a person, and as a result of seeing those images, there are certain people who will then say, no, I'm going to choose a different course for myself. I understand now really what this is all about.
Okay, the difficult question. People who say, okay, you've convinced me, I'm sold, I'm pro-life, but, there's always a but, what about with the cases of incest, rape, paedophilia? How do you bring God into those situations?
I think there's so many layers of conversation that need to be had, and I think in the context of the bigger conversation, you have to always hold the nub of truth, which is that every human being is made in the image of God, born and unborn, and is deserving of human dignity and protection in law and the enablement to live in services supported by laws. When it comes to the most extreme, rare, difficult, painful conversations, that's where compassion has to come in, and there has to be a conversation where people meet God, not religion, which then speaks to condemnation and judgment. But even in those most difficult circumstances, I think the law needs to protect and should protect and can protect both lives in pregnancy, without subcategorizing some human beings to be unworthy of life.
I think there are systems of law in the world where for somebody else's crime, somebody else pays. And so a dreadful crime has happened, a rape, an act of incest. And as a result of that, who then should be punished? Obviously somebody has to be punished. But, in that situation, the woman is a victim, absolutely 100%. But also, if there is a pregnancy, there's also another person. And why should they be punished for somebody else's crime in those circumstances?
I last year spoke with someone who had experienced one of the situations in which you describe. It was in some ways a double experience of incestuous rape. And she was actually desperate to keep the child. She wanted to keep the child. She spoke with me because she desired to keep the child, and everyone else was telling her she couldn't keep the child. And when asked, okay, walk me through your thinking and walk me through theirs, they were saying that she couldn't cope with the trauma of the abuse, of the rape, of the incest. And on her side, she was saying, well, the thing is, this is my baby. This is my baby. And I want to keep my baby. And she had all sorts of people trying to pressure her, and sadly she miscarried in the end. But it just showed me really how it's not as clear cut as everyone who experiences this feels as though they must abort the child. There is with many that conscience element that says, yes, what's happened is tragic, but I'm going to take the beauty out of this brokenness, and I'm going to take this test, and I'm going to pass this test, and something great and something that's a blessing can come out of it regardless of the difficulty. That's why there's this spiritual element, there's this spiritual battle that we will be facing, that we will be experiencing, that will try to cause us to in some way compromise and say, well, okay, there's many, I would say, especially I think in Protestant evangelical circles, who would say in those cases we can perhaps back down a little bit and say, yeah, well, maybe it's not ideal, but perhaps we should allow abortion in these cases. We should be okay with abortion in these cases, though it's all the same a tragedy. When you begin to do that, you begin to act like truth is subjective. You begin to act like it's all relative, and like there's nothing that's informing the conscience even in crisis moments. You can't do that because truth is always objective. So when we are discussing abortion, the reason I believe it's good to bring the conversation and lead it to where God is in the picture. And the reason I'm so thankful for March for Life, including God in the picture, its campaigning, is that ultimately objective truth is set by that standard given by God. Law, righteous law, is ordained by God. Righteousness exalts a nation, but sin is a reproach to any people, the scriptures say. So those are the underlying principles. I think abortion is a symptom of the greater underlying problems that we have in our society, issues with identity, meaning, purpose, all of which would find fulfillment if we went back to the God who created us.
Yeah, and I guess what you're also saying actually is that God loves the unborn child, no matter where, how they were conceived, which is actually a major factor, isn't it, really?
And when we focus solely on laws that restrict abortion from the perspective of sort of a cultural argument, I think we forget that actually the optimum for society is a trinity of laws and services that enable and empower women to choose life, and a culture that affirms every life. So that trinity of laws that protect all life, services enabling every life, and a culture that affirms each life regardless, then needs to be underpinned by information and education. So back to reframing the debate and reminding people of the humanity of the unborn child, but rehumanizing both women and unborn children, because abortion has dehumanized both, and reclaiming language, to have the conversation, because within the context of a culture that is so pro-abortion and underpinned by laws and policies that are pro-abortion, it's going to be an uphill battle, but it is, within the context of scripture, it is a time-confined battle. There's an ultimate victory. And in that process, while we live, then whatever the tiny victories are that we see, it has to be about rehumanizing the conversation.
Can I just add into that? My own view is that there is no point really in some ways changing the law unless you change culture. The two things do have to go hand in hand. And so
law shapes culture.
Yeah, law does shape culture. I mean, I think that they do have to go hand in hand, because sometimes what you have is you can change the law or you can have a change in the law. But if a law is consistently broken, then it undermines the legitimacy of the law. Ultimately, I think that what generally speaking happens is that you change culture, and then law then changes as a result. It'd be fantastic, obviously to see, what we've seen happen in America, and as a result, it goes back to the democratic process, and then each state will then make a decision in America as to what exactly the abortion laws will be in that particular state. And in this country, I think the problem is that when they changed the law, what happened is that it was missold. And so we were just told this was going to be a minority, just going to be maybe a few thousand every year. This was not going to be abortion on demand. And so what has then happened is that by stealth, the abortion law has been incrementally increased and changed over the last 30, 40 years. And so because this has all been happening behind closed doors, we now do have abortion on demand. Effectively, we do have that, and it's an effective decriminalisation. And so I think the priority is really for the church to speak up and to speak into the culture, because without that, the law in this country is not going to be changed.
I don't think it's neither or, though, Michael, is it? I mean, surely it's a both and. You want to speak, you want to educate the church, so it's sort of to, if you like, counter this idea that kind of the abortion issue isn't something for churches to think about, hasn't kind of got gospel implications, all that sort of stuff. You want to counter that. You want to speak to the culture, but also you want to change law. And if the culture is going in one direction, a law change can be a restraint on that, can't it? So even if, let's say, the culture in the UK doesn't change at all, I think you would agree that if there was a positive law change that, say, reduce the number of weeks which abortions could happen, that would be a good thing, even if culture goes against it, because our lawmakers are there to promote evil and to promote good and promote good and restrain evil, aren't they? And they can do that through laws. So I wouldn't want anyone to sort of think that there necessarily needs to be a competition. I think you want to pull on these things in multiple places.
But to what extent have we let the abortion lobby just frame the narrative so that actually us, changing the culture?
I think the thing is this, is that I was involved in a judicial review against the government in terms of pills by post. So when COVID happened, there was this narrative that went out there that it was so dangerous for people to leave the house. So therefore, women included, and as a result, they would have to bring in this draconian change in the law. And we were told repeatedly in Parliament that by Hancock and Lord Bethell, there's going to be no change whatsoever. And then within a couple of days, there had been the biggest change we'd ever seen in this country, just by way of really a diktat from a minister just redefining the place where you can have an abortion. And what then happened, that then continued for a couple of years. So no change in the law officially, because it didn't go through Parliament, it didn't go through the courts. But the culture in the civil service, which enabled that to happen, the fact that BPAS had a direct line to the civil servants, and the civil servants to the junior ministers, and the junior ministers to the senior ministers to number 10 Downing Street. They were in there. They'd infiltrated every single part of the system to enable it to happen. And so that's why...
We need to have a counter-infiltration, that's what you're saying.
I think that's kind of what we are as Christians, aren't we? We're meant to be individuals who are countercultural, and as we counter the culture changes. So when we are faithful in proclamation, but also in making sure that we not only say we're pro-life, making sure that we're providing the resources that are needed for women in crisis situations, making sure that they're supported, making sure that they have friendship around them, community around them that can give them that care. That's really, I think, what begins to transform people's attitudes and minds. I remember one of the first times that I dealt with abortion at the church I pastor, sat down and was wary that this is a hot button issue with some people. I prepared with the mindset okay, there's probably going to be someone here who's had an abortion. I didn't know if anyone had an abortion, but the statistics show, some people say 1 in 3, some say 1 in 4, others 1 in 5, in the UK have had an abortion. If let's say 1 in 4 women in the UK have had an abortion, then in a Bible study, congregation, church, there's likely to be someone who's experienced that. After going through the scriptures, after highlighting God's mercy, after highlighting the redemption, particularly, there was someone who came up to me and with tears in her eyes told me that I was probably only the second person, the first outside of family, who knew that she had an abortion, and that she was greatly helped by my addressing the issue, by speaking of it, as it is a sin against God and a sin against the child, and a sin against self, identifying this multi-orbed nature that it doesn't do anyone any favors, it doesn't help anyone. And this actually helped this individual then begin to take proactive steps and to bless others in similar situations, which he's continued to do so, several other situations and cases since. So my encouragement to Christians, particularly as a pastor to other church leaders and pastors, is deal with this situation, deal with this subject in a compassionate, true way, and you'll be surprised what God does.
I think
we've got 2 minutes left, I know, and I just did want to ask something before we close. The Bible, it prohibits the taking of innocent life, and it says those who do come under a curse. Now, if that's so, have we placed all of society under a curse? What do you think that's right?
I think this world's under a curse in general.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And I do think, if I could sort of speak from the Northern Ireland perspective for a second, and our message is absolutely to the church, and then from the church into society. But the silence of the church in general in GB, and the complicity and the concession to those pro-abortion laws of 50 years that have seeped into the church as much as into wider society, I think contributed to the normalisation of the concept of abortion that then was permitted to be imposed upon the people of Northern Ireland. Now, there was a silence in the church in Northern Ireland as well, and in a different way. We didn't teach on the sanctity of life from conception to natural death, certainly in the evangelical church, and we still aren't. So there needs to be that revitalisation of that truth, but without then that culture change that has happened in GB because abortion is so prevalent. I think the weight of the numbers of abortion and the weight of the sin is contributing to an ongoing silence. So the debates in the House of Lords, when not one bishop that had a seat was there to participate in the vote, I think, without pointing the finger at anybody, I think the church here in GB and in Northern Ireland needs to waken up and to be part of a better story, because it's giving us the confidence to speak that better story to a world that needs it.
I think, just one story. There was somebody who I know who's an evangelical minister, and I said to her, imagine if I told you that every week in the town where we live, in Reading, that they rounded up 12 Nigerians and took them to the police station and killed them. What do you think would happen? He said, oh, well, that's outrageous. We'd be down there. We'd be doing something. And I said, but from a statistical point of view, it's about a similar number of children every week that happens to. They just happen to be smaller and, inside a mother's womb. And he thought about that. And as a result of that, he told me, I saw him last week, he said he's been going out every week into the town centre to hold a vigil on this issue. So I think as a result of just one conversation, and then that's one church and his church which has been affected, and obviously ministers that he's friends with and so on. So the hope here is that other ministers will speak to their congregations and actually say, this is something that unless we do something about it, it's just going to stay the same as it always was. And in fact, if anything, get worse.
Can I very quickly say...
Very quickly, because we're running out of time here.
The significance of things like that is the fact that we are in a situation now where even the expression of pro-life views is one that is under attack. So, it's a world that was not just saying, well, you have your view and we have ours, and actually we're going to continue with abortion, thank you very much, is that we don't even want you to express the view, the kind of views you're expressing. And we've got to be mindful of the fact that, of course, sin will always want to suppress the truth. And we've got to be mindful that the debate potentially shifts, examples with buffer zones and so on, that even the expression of a view of the kind of things that we've been talking about around this table so openly, we've got to be mindful that we don't take those for granted either.
Yeah. Wow, thank you everyone. We have run out of time, I'm afraid, and I think this conversation could have gone on for a long, long time. I think we're all fairly united in feeling that this is a spiritual issue and that God is very much involved and that the church needs desperately to re-find its voice, and we have to reframe culture. We have to win it back somehow. So thank you to every one of you. Reagan, thank you. Kieran, thank you. Michael, thank you. And Dawn, thank you very much. And thank you to everyone listening to this.
That was a fantastic talk, and it's really helpful to be reminded actually of the spiritual nature of this battle. And if you're a Christian, please do be praying that churches in this country actually stand up and take a leading role in order to end abortion in our country.
So true. Next we have Hayley, who's going to give us her post-abortive testimony. She undertook a coerced abortion as a teenager, and she's going to be telling us all about how she's healed over the years. We're sort of going to see how coercion is not always so obvious. Often in the abortion industry you can become a victim of it, and you can also undertake abortion in more of an emotional way. So please listen.
I remember having someone in my house, and we were talking about it. I'm not even too sure why we were talking about it, and I said no. So I don't regret it. It was my choice, and it was the right thing to do. What kind of life could I have given my daughter? What kind of life could I have given her? And I remember them looking really shocked and like, really? And I was like, yeah, really, that's it. And it was just a way of drawing a line. No, I can't think about it, because if I go deep. And after they left, I went and sat in the bath and just sobbed my heart out. I wasn't even a Christian at this point, but I was saying, sorry, God, I'm sorry, I'm so, so sorry. Hi, I'm Hayley, and this is my story. I'd say my story starts from when I was a child, because I grew up in quite an abusive home. So abusive men was something that I was quite used to. When I was a teenager, my mum left the abusive marriage that we'd been living in, and I found myself actually living with an uncle, and he was a really great guy, but not really prepared for fathering a rebellious teenage girl who had been through all of that already. So I found myself mixing with the wrong people, staying out too late, that kind of thing, kind of maybe behaving older than I should have done. I was smoking, drinking. I was about 14, I think, when I moved there. And so I was 14 or 15 when I met someone who was older than me, so about 5-6 years older than me, at a party at their house. We struck up what you might call a relationship. In my mind, it was certainly a relationship. I think I was so, my self-esteem was quite low, so I was looking for someone to make me feel better about myself, and for a time maybe he did that, but he was seeing many other people at the same time. I don't want to paint that as being the fairy tale picture, because it was far from that. It was very much a coercive relationship right from the start. So he was old enough to know better, And so really you could say that that was an abuse that started right there. We were sort of seeing each other for a few months. Just after I turned 16, I found out that I was pregnant. Initially I was quite flawed. I think we have this idea it won't happen to me, and suddenly it did. He wasn't the only one who wasn't happy about it initially. I had my some family members were quite vocal that it was a silly thing to have done. I can understand that. That was kind of a normal reaction, but at the same time that immediately put in my mind I'd done a really silly thing. So when something's presented to you as an option to change that thing that you've done, maybe that makes abortion seem more inviting, but nonetheless I was determined that I was going to keep the baby. I moved in with some other relations for a while, and eventually I ended up moving back with my uncle, who unfortunately lived around the corner from this person who I'd been having a sort of relationship with, which gave him the ability really to kind of sink his claws in, if you like, to start really putting the poison in my ears. It's just cells, and I was going to ruin my life, that nobody would support me if I kept the baby, that I would ruin my body was another one, that if I kept the baby that would be it, like I would be ugly, nobody would want to ever be with me again, and what would you do about college is another thing. I was training to be a hairdresser initially at that time. What would I do about that? What would you do for a career? How are you going to afford a baby? I'm not going to support you. I don't want another child. He already had 2 children when we met. So he didn't want another child. Eventually, I had a friend who I'd known from college, and she used to date one of his friends. She started coming around, and in a way it seemed nice at the time, because I didn't really have any friends at that point, and I didn't feel I did. And she started to come around, and she would say things like, why would I force him to be a dad when he doesn't want to be? How could I have a baby that he doesn't want? That the right thing to do would be to have an abortion, that I should have an abortion. It would, it'd be better for me. So I really had that kind of 2-pronged from both of them, from him, who I was, I think at that time, completely emotionally dependent on, even though he had been very abusive and was seeing many other people, and at that point was leaving me under no illusion that I didn't really mean anything to him. I was just being used for one thing. I was still completely emotionally dependent on him, and from this person who I thought was my only friend at that time was really coming from her and from family, even though they'd started to sort of change their minds, if you like, and they'd started to be that bit more supportive. It was still, I felt like I was a disappointment to them. I'd done the wrong thing. I booked and cancelled my appointment to have the abortion twice before I finally went. And then on my first time, the doctor said to me, if I left it any longer, then I would be too far gone to go to the abortion centre that was nearest my home. I would have to travel much further. It would be considered a later term abortion. I was 12 weeks when I had the abortion. I hadn't had a scan or anything like that. So this guy had said to me I needed to borrow £10 off of my uncle to put in for fuel because he had no fuel. And then him and his friend would take me to the abortion clinic. I had promises of I'll support you if you have the abortion. If you have the abortion, I will support you through that, and everything will be fine. But I really felt if I kept the baby, then I was on my own. So I went with them. They drove me to the abortion clinic and dropped me off outside. And I was told that if I didn't have the abortion, I had no way home. So I was 16 on my own in the city that was nearest to my home. I went in. Oh, sorry. I didn't think I was crying. So, it was a long time ago now. My daughter would have been 22 this year. So it's quite a lot to remember, but there's certain things that stand out to me. And I remember being in the waiting room. I remember the colour of the chairs. I remember how cold they were. I remember being told that I needed to see a counsellor before I went in, and I went in and sat with the counsellor. I didn't look at her. I kept my head down and I told her I couldn't speak to her because if I did, I would change my mind and that he would be angry with me if I changed my mind. I can't change my mind. So she signed the papers and sent me back to the waiting room. I sat there for a while. The next thing I remember is the doctor coming and giving me a pessary to put inside of me, a bit like a tampon applicator, and it was very cold. I kind of get that now though. I understand, the job that they're doing is so hard. How could you do that job and not grow quite cold and quite bitter towards the people who are getting you to, in a way, well, to do their dirty work, in a sense. I kind of get it now. But I felt very alone, and he says, well, once I'd done it, once I'd put them inside me, that was it, there was no going back. And that after, it was like 20 minutes or so, that I would start to feel cramps. So I took them, reassured myself I was doing the right thing, and done it. I went back to the waiting room, and after a while I did start to feel cramps. I remember they came to get me. I don't remember even putting on a gown, but I must have done at some point in there. But I remember being in the operating theatre. The abortionist at the end of the bed with the machine. I had somebody on this side. I think they were doing the anaesthetic, and there was a nurse beside me, and I remember her holding my hand and stroking my hair just like you would a child. I was a child, really. It's understandable. She was stroking my hair, and I was just sobbing and sobbing. And she said to me, "It's okay. It's going to be okay." The last thing that I said was, "No, it's not. It's never going to be okay again." And then I woke up, and I was in the recovery room. There was, like being in any other hospital ward, I suppose, there was beds either side of the room. Lots of women. I remember most, like, they looked older than me. I remember being very young in there. And I pretty much jumped off the bed. I think the first thing I said, well, that's that done. Right, what have I got to do now? And I think I was in complete shock. And I remember just hoping like it wouldn't have worked, or maybe they wouldn't have done it. maybe, something, I don't know, it's almost like I detached myself from the consequence of what it was. It was bizarre, really, completely bizarre. And they, after I got dressed, took me out back to the waiting room that I was in when I initially came in, and I sat there for hours. I was the last one to leave. I remember going to the bathroom, to the toilet, and just so much blood and clots, and just thinking there's no way, it sounds odd, I know, and people will think I'm mad, but a part of me was hoping it hadn't worked, and I just remember looking and thinking there's no way it hasn't worked. That's it, it's done. What have I done? I want my baby back. I just want my baby back. Yeah, so I sat there for a while, a long time. I remember the nurses kind of walking around now and again, looking at me, really concerned. Eventually, he did come and pick me up. Him and his friend, turned out he'd been off with yet another girl while I'd been in there. So he was really worth the loss of my child. We drove home. I sat in the back and said, "Are you all right?" No, I'm in pain. And he told me I was lying. I wasn't in pain. I was just saying that for attention. And I'd probably heard a friend say that. Someone that we knew had had an abortion a few months before. It's just because she said that. So I was trying so hard not to cry. All the way home, we went back to his house. And I started to cry. I just couldn't hold it in any longer. I started to cry. And he said to me, "If you're going to cry, you're no good to me." I was told to go home. So I did. I walked home and just broke, completely broke. I remember screaming, crying. It wasn't just a normal cry. It was... it was wailing, sobbing, screaming, crying, and just pleading with God. It wouldn't have worked. And I just knew, I just desperately wanted to change what I'd done. I just desperately wanted my baby back, and there was nothing I could do about it. I remember I have a pot of pills in my room. There's so many times over the coming months that I just wanted to take my own life. I was that depressed, that traumatised. I just wanted to end it all, so at least that way I can maybe get my baby back. I know it sounds totally bonkers. It was like there was a hole. It was like a piece of my soul had just been ripped away, and I just desperately needed to get it back. The next day I called him. I was feeling how awful I was feeling. So I'd had the promises of, "I'll support you if you have the abortion." And he called me a murdering bee, and said that he never wanted to see me again, and that nobody would ever want to talk to me again because I was just a murdering bee. I think after I pretty much spent a long time just getting drunk and staring out of a window, I just completely went off the rails, completely. I don't think I stopped going off the rails really, not until I found God, maybe even a couple of years ago. And my husband, he mended me as much as he could, but there was the trauma that I'd suffered was so deep, only God could fix that. No human could ever possibly fix that. It had to come from God. I had my first then child after Chelsea, after the loss of Chelsea. When I was 18 when I fell pregnant with Ebony, and I think in a way I thought it would almost fill a void. I don't want to say a replacement. I knew she would never replace Chelsea, but it almost felt like maybe it would fix something. But it really didn't. I remember going for I went for a scan at 8 weeks with my eldest daughter, and because I'd been spotting, I'd been bleeding, and to be honest, I thought maybe that was punishment. Maybe I was going to have a miscarriage, and it would be punishment. So we went and had this scan, and 8 weeks she was curling up in a ball and throwing herself back, and she had a heartbeat, and she was a little baby. And as much as it was really lovely to see her on the screen, see that she was healthy, and there was that realisation that I was 12 weeks when I had the abortion. And I'm sure if I'd seen a scan, if I'd known, it would have been a lot harder for me to be swayed. It would have been harder for me to change my mind. It would have been harder for him to have convinced me to abort my baby, because I would have known she was a baby. She wasn't just cells. And even more, there was that realisation that actually I had ended the life of my child. So as much as I was excited for Ebony, it brought a whole new level of grief for Chelsea. As much as I loved my children, I felt I wasn't really able to bond with them properly. The trauma from the abortion, I think people think it's just there and it goes. It doesn't. It lives with you, and it's like it infects everything. I couldn't have a proper relationship. I gravitated to completely the wrong people. I have 4 children, 4 different dads, all long-term relationships, but just completely the wrong people. And I was just so lost. I think I had no self-worth at all. The enemy has this really good way of leading you into doing really awful things, making you think that they're okay to do, and then condemning you for it. And following Jesus, I found, yes, there's conviction for what I'd done an awful thing, and there is conviction, but it's conviction given with love, just as a parent gives to their child when they do wrong. He hates the sin, he doesn't hate the sinner. Eventually I met my youngest's dad, and fortunately he was a good guy. I feel like even though I wasn't following God at that time, he brought him into my life, because he really did help me to put things back together again. So I gave my life to Jesus in 2019, and there was circumstance after circumstance I felt that God really sort of led me into, and doors that he opened up, and that led me to reach out and go to a place called Rachel's Vineyard. I prayed and I asked God to show me who my child would have been. And in a moment of just sitting in quiet prayer, the only way I could really explain it was like a dream. It was like physically I was still there, but I was somewhere else. It was like a dream, and I had the most incredible image of Chelsea. She was, I'd say, about 6, and she looked so much like me as a child, and at the same time kind of like a little bit of each of my other children, and just totally herself, but at the same time with those similarities. And she was playing in a meadow, and there was other children there, and just that feeling of peace. It was almost like she was conveying to me I was forgiven, and that she was okay, that she was playing quite happily in the meadow with other children, and that she would be waiting there for me. I think when we consider whether or not it should be a woman's choice, it's really important to actually think about the research that's been done. I study psychology. I'm a bit of a research buff. I've done a lot of digging, a lot of researching myself, and there is a wealth of information out there about the trauma that women and girls, I was a girl, really, I should have been protected from that trauma. Women aren't just not told the trauma that they're going to suffer, is actively hidden. And it shouldn't be allowed, it should never be allowed. If you go for anything, if you even are going to have a tooth pulled, you are told all of the risks, you are told even the absolute worst case scenario. We don't want to know, we don't want to hear it, we have to have the tooth pulled, but we're still told. And yet when you go for an abortion, where you're ending your child's life, you're not warned, you're not told actually, this is the percentage of women who will be suicidal. This is a percentage of women who will struggle with bonding with their children that they have later down the line. This is the percentage of women who never get to try again, who never get that chance again. We're not told that, and it should be absolutely out there for everyone to know. I think so many of the women that are being listened to, the ones that are shouting, it's my body, my choice, many of them are probably in that trauma, in that same space that I was at that time. And you're not seeing the reality, you're not seeing the truth. You're just seeing the trauma, you're seeing the mask that women put on in order to kind of almost take it back a little bit. And it's really sad that is what's being listened to, rather than all of the evidence that there is, not just for the humanity of the unborn child, not just there is so much evidence in that area that should be listened to. But even if you completely ignore the humanity of the unborn child, even if you completely eliminate that, just looking on its own at the trauma that women go through. I've seen a post share that said, I'm not pro killing babies, but I'm pro this woman who's had this happen, and I'm pro this woman who's had that happen. And I remember reading through it, and I had to sit on my hands and not reply. Because for every single one, I was like, no, support her, support her, support her. Don't offer let's end your child's life, it's just a quick course correction. No, it's not. You're adding trauma on top of trauma. That doesn't fix the original trauma. It doesn't take it away. So, financially, it might make sense. What? To anyone who may see this, any girl, any woman who may be finding themselves in the situation that I was in fact, if I could go back and I could say this to myself, it would be the love of a mother for their child is like no other love. And if somebody is trying to pressurise you into making such a decision, they don't love you. They are not worth your time of day at all. You are strong and you can do it. And actually there is so much support now, and there are so many different organisations that are so willing, in fact desiring to help you to keep your child. Even if you were to keep your child and you felt like you weren't in that position, giving your child that life is so valuable. Even if they were to be adopted into a loving family, I know people who have been adopted and they are in loving families, and I'm sure they would much rather the life that they have had with a loving family than they were never here at all. I myself, my mum was was a child, really. She was 14 when she fell pregnant with me. She was 15 when she had me. And I am so, so grateful that she was strong and she chose life for me. And I would like to think, and I don't think she would say I'm wrong, she's very grateful too, as she has me, and I'm wonderful, and her grandchildren through me. And you know, yes, there are times when it has been hard. I didn't say it's always going to be easy, but life is hard. Even when you have a child when you're older, and you know, people think that you've got everything together, there's still challenges, there's still struggles. But it's so worth it. When you end your child's life, when you go through that abortion, it doesn't rewrite what's happened. It doesn't rewrite history. You still had that child, and that child's life ended. So you still have that child in your life, but they're not there. I hope that makes sense. It's the burden that you carry from ending your child's life is so much heavier than any burden you will carry with your child in your life, because it's completely outweighed by the love and the joy that that child brings to you. Completely outweighed.
Thank you, Hayley, for sharing your powerful story with us. We really appreciate you taking the time to explain that. And then if you're watching this today, you may have a friend who could have experienced abortion, or maybe you yourself, and often there can be a lot of trauma associated with that. And there are many people and organisations who would love to provide a lot of help and support to you. And we have a list of those on our website, and so I'd love you to check those out if you're in that situation, and you can find those at marchforlife.co.uk.
And on that note, we have Father Dominic Elaine from Grief to Grace, who's being interviewed by Isabel Vaughan-Spruce from March for Life UK. And he actually runs a 5-day programme of spiritual and psychological healing for people who have experienced sexual, spiritual, physical and emotional abuse throughout their childhood or adolescence or adulthood. And he touches on how abuse throughout one's life can actually lead to abortion and the links in that. So please stay tuned for this.
Hello, Father Dominic. Really good to have you with us. I've been looking forward to this conversation. So I know you're going to share with us a bit today about the organisation that you work with, Grief to Grace. Maybe to start off with, could you just explain what this organisation is for people who haven't ever heard about it?
Thank you, Isabel. It's great to be with you. Yeah, Grief to Grace. Grief to Grace is a programme of spiritual and psychological healing for people who have suffered sexual abuse in childhood, sustained, prolonged physical, emotional, spiritual abuse, or have had some kind of violation in adulthood, have been raped, for example. I say a spiritual and psychological program, that's very important. So it's not faith healing, we're not just praying, nor are we seeking to sort of, as it were, diagnose and simply use the tools of psychology. It's a very skillful, beautiful integration of both those things, so that the psychology, the human science of psychology, and in particular understanding of trauma, is used to try and clear the space for the action of the Holy Spirit, who is there in our retreat program, because it's all grounded in scriptures. So to put that in concrete terms, for example, what sort of things psychologically are you dealing with? If you're dealing with sexual abuse trauma, you're dealing with a resistance to the idea of looking at that pain, because most people have to get on with their lives and keep this secret and put on their happy face, even though inside there's a part of them that's struggling with that. So a theme like resistance, which might take 6 months on a psychiatrist's couch, we look at in the context of the scriptures. So the healing of the man at the pool of Bethesda, a man who's been ill for 38 years. And the first question Jesus asked him is, do you want to get well? The Americans would say that's a no-brainer. But actually, he responds by saying, well, I'd love to, but every time I try to get there, something happens and someone else gets there before me. So So that's a theme in recovering from some of these really serious wounds in my life, that they actually define my identity. And there's a part of me that wants to be better, of course, but there's a part of me that doesn't know how to do that, and it's become my identity. A bit like if you've walked around with a crutch for 6 weeks, it's going to feel very odd if you haven't got it, and quite frightening. So there's a theme of resistance. Anger would be a huge thing for people who've had any kind of trauma. So we deal with that anger in the context of Jesus cleansing the temple, when Jesus, who is usually very gentle and meek and tender, gets really angry because there's a violation to the sacred temple going on here. So we use that to say, well, the temple of your body was violated. So of course Jesus is angry. It's okay for you to be angry. It's a righteous anger. So that's an example of the integration. And Grief to Grace itself is actually compiled by a remarkable American woman, Dr. Teresa Burke, who is better known as the author of another program called Rachel's Vineyard for healing post-abortive trauma. She's actually working on a third program called A Duty to Heal for soldiers returning from battle zones at the moment. Because there is a commonality about trauma and the way that it works out in the human person, that once you understand those symptoms, you can begin to unpick some of that damage. And the connection between Grief to Grace and Rachel's Vineyard is more in that sense than simply that they're by the same author, because there's a kind of causal link. So Teresa's story is very interesting. As a doctoral student, she was counselling a group of women who had eating disorders. And one by one, the issue of abortion came up for them. They either revealed that they had an abortion, or they were triggered by the mention of it, and it's like, you mustn't discuss that, you can't discuss that. And Teresa began to understand that actually the eating disorder was a symptom of post-abortion trauma, and a way of the body telling the story. And once you begin to think in these terms of the body telling the story, we're on the money in terms of trauma. It's much less to do with thinking and a sort of problem of perception psychologically, and much more to do with unfinished business that the body's going to find a way of talking about. So think about a woman who fills herself as full as she possibly can and then vomits it all up to make herself empty. That's a really, really dramatic way of recreating what she's done in an abortion, where she's full and then she's empty. And that's a really horrible cycle for her. So she repeats it. So that brings us to this fundamental sort of point which connects both these programs, which is the trauma. And what was happening was that Teresa had designed Rachel's Vineyard, and women were grieving their abortion and dealing with the aftermath of their abortion. And it was a bit like the layers of an onion. Once they'd done that, a proportion of them were realising that that wasn't the fundamental trauma in their lives, that actually there was an even deeper layer of trauma, and it was sexual abuse in childhood. So to use an analogy, it's like if there's a crack at the bottom of the wall, everything that's built on top of that is stressing on that crack. So they were taking down some of the layers, and as they did so, they realised it was even deeper. So having pioneered Rachel's Vineyard, and that going pretty much worldwide, in 2006, Teresa used the same understanding of trauma to launch Grief to Grace, which is similar in its approach. Rachel's Vineyard, Grief to Grace both have this integrated use of the scriptures. Grief to Grace is a bit longer. It's a 5-day residential program, whereas Rachel's Vineyard is a weekend. And what's very interesting is that here we are in 2022. Teresa published a groundbreaking book called Forbidden Grief about post-abortion trauma. And this is right at the advent of the kind of real sort of mainstreaming of brain scans. And pretty much everything that's been published since has completely validated what Teresa observed and wrote about trauma. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that because it's key to this understanding. One of the great leading clinicians in the world is a man called Bessel van der Kolk. And his book on this, which is actually a paperback, and actually it's quite approachable for anybody who thinks it might be relevant, has this very telling title. It's called The Body Keeps the Score. The body keeps the score. Trauma is a slightly overused word. It's not traumatic if I lose my mobile phone, even though I might say, oh, it's so traumatic. Trauma is actually a threat to your bodily integrity, survival, or to the bodily integrity or survival of someone close to you. And trauma is not even the event, it's the effects of the event, it's the kind of aftermath. Now, that, because it's about survival, it's impacting a very primitive part of the human brain. If you are a hunter-gatherer on the African savannas 100,000 years ago and you're being charged at by a wild animal, you don't have time to get your slide rule out and say, well, if a woolly mammoth can run at 20 miles every 30 seconds and I can run at 30, etc. You don't have time for that. You've got to react. You've literally got a split second. And we all have that in us. I remember when I was learning to drive, my big fear was that if someone ran out in front of me, I would just freeze and drive over them. And then when it first happened, I'd put my foot on the brake and stopped before I'd even realised it had happened. Now that's taking place in a very primitive part of the brain, in the brainstem, where there's a gland called the amygdala, which is like your survival smoke detector gland. Danger, it says. And we have instinctive reactions to this threat. Fight, flight is it's coming into common parlance, because that's a survival mechanism. But the older one is a shutdown, is to collapse. That was the oldest survival instinct in the species, in organisms, in mammals. The human person evolved a whole bit on the front of the brain, prefrontal cortex, grey matter, and that is the thinking executive part of your brain. Guess what? In the face of danger, that all goes offline. And this is what brain scans have shown categorically. Because you don't need that bit. You simply don't need it. In fact, you haven't got time to use that bit. And that includes a part of your brain here called Broca's area, after the man who discovered it, which is the speech area of your brain. That goes offline, which has huge implications, for example, in terms of things like rape trials, where if a barrister can just trigger a witness enough, they're going to become incoherent, because in the face of recalling that danger, the prefrontal cortex is going to shut down. And we know this from everyday life. If you've just been in a car accident, it's very hard to give a coherent account of what's happened. So this brain chemistry is at the heart of understanding trauma, fundamentally at the heart of understanding how trauma is remembered and processed, and fundamental to an understanding that the survivors of sexual abuse have memories that are different. Survivors of any trauma, people who have PTSD after their abortions, it is not because they can't bear to not think about it. It's not because they keep rubbing your face in it because they can't get over it. It's because they are living with a whole altered level of brain and body chemistry. The brain is literally rewired if this threat is so serious that all the neurobiological arousal to fight or flee or to shut down, if those aren't processed, if they're not completed, then that goes on being what dictates how the person reacts to ordinary everyday things. Now, that has lots of consequences. And the first and most important one in terms of thinking about the relationship between childhood sexual abuse, childhood trauma and abortion is what we call trauma reenactment. Now, you would think that if something terrible happens to me, I would flee it. I would do everything to escape it. That, of course, is what this whole brain-body chemistry is set up to do. But if I can't, because I'm a child being abused by someone who's much more powerful than I am, then actually it tips over into collapse. So rather than flee it as an adult, what tends to happen is people reenact it as a way of completely unconsciously telling a story which can't be told in any other way. So the compulsion to repeat trauma is quite hard to understand until you put it in the context of what happens when you lose your wallet. You look everywhere, turn the place upside down. And when you turn the place upside down, you can't find it. What do? You go back to where you first started looking and you start looking again. Why would you do that? Because you hope for a different outcome. It's as simple as that. You hope that the outcome will be different. And that's why people repeat trauma. Because they hope for a different outcome. So it sounds slightly odd until you put it in that context. Because at the heart of trauma is an experience of powerlessness. And remember that the human psyche is set up to avoid that at all costs. Its job is to keep me, as it were, in control. So if there's what we call a big T trauma, like sexual abuse, that powerlessness is triggering all those survival instincts in me. It's doing so not because of my thinking, it's doing so because of my neurobiology, which is saying you are under threat here. So you can't fight or flee because the person is bigger, more powerful, they threatened you, or God forbid, because you're strapped to an abortion table. So what do? There's a whole system, nervous system change which goes into this collapse. And in the animal kingdom, the collapse means that you play dead. So a predator might leave you. You know, a cat generally won't eat a live mouse. So often, how many times have you seen a cat bring a mouse in? You think it's dead, but actually the minute the cat releases it, the mouse will run off because the mouse has actually done that instinctive thing of playing dead. Well, in human terms, what you're setting up is this mechanism whereby the person who has trauma is either in a state of hyper arousal, where they're angry, want to fight, want to run away, or they're shut down and they can't. Now, those two things happen at the same time in the human nervous system. So it's like having one foot on the brake of your car and the other foot on the accelerator. What you're doing is burning out the engine effectively. What that means is that it's very, very hard to have any kind of rational reaction to things. And when I say rational, I don't mean this is madness, this isn't psychosis. But it is not a thinking, rational reaction that makes me repeat trauma. It's an instinctive defense mechanism which says somehow this time around it will be different. So to talk about sexual abuse specifically, I mean, the imbalance of power makes it terrifying. The violation of your bodily integrity makes it terrifying. And so you've got a very serious trauma. Now, the psychological effects of that are going to be huge. It's going to affect your whole sense of identity. You are going to have a profound shame. Now, by shame, I don't just mean a bit of embarrassment. I mean, it's like slime that covers you. So the child of sexual abuse, for example, is not going to want to be noticed in class. Even someone looking kindly or tenderly at them may cause deep feelings of shame, because that's what an abuser probably did. So a deep shame, and shame is a spiritual reality as well, you know, it makes you hide. We know that from Genesis. It makes you hide even from the person who loves you. It diminishes your identity very seriously. You may have very little sense of your own dignity and worth. Now that is going to have a huge effect on your relationships. So, for example, a woman who is the victim of child sexual abuse very often and very easily gets into abusive relationships later on. Not once, not twice, over and over again. People who come to Grief to Grace often say, look, what is it about me? Why is it that every person I find is an abuser? And the answer is because you've interiorized a sense of your own worth and dignity, which isn't consistent with saying, actually, you don't treat me like that. Because the need to be attached, the need to feel some tenderness is also there, and therefore I compromise the other part. And also because abuse is secret, and so people lose their voices. I mean, sometimes they literally lose their voices. Often that's how you can tell there's trauma, because the person will speak in a way that they've got a very little child's voice, or they'll start telling about something, they'll start whispering. That's all part of unfinished business. They may have been told that something terrible will happen if they speak, if they tell the truth. So all these things are applying, and they're all reasons why someone would go on, paradoxically, to put themselves in danger and to recreate something of this, because if you can't tell the secret, it doesn't go away. Your body finds inventive ways of telling the story. The body keeps the score. And the earlier the abuse is, the more dramatic the symptoms will be, because if you're something like 5 when you're abused sexually, and tragically it happens, it's almost pre-verbal. You don't actually have the words for it. So you're going to tell this story through self-harm, through eating disorders, and through, again, paradoxically, this wrapping yourself in trauma. So you've been sexually abused in childhood, but you go on to be very promiscuous because you're driven by the compulsion to recreate the trauma, because your sense of what normal sexual relationships are like have been violated, because you've been overwhelmed by the erotic at a very early age. So then you've got this kind of double bind, which is you now become your own abuser effectively by repeating behaviours that bring shame, bring more anxiety and more compulsion. Van der Kolk says that's one of the deepest indicators of trauma, the repetition of unhealthy behaviours. And I don't know what his sort of spiritual take is. I think he's a believer of some kind. And he certainly talks about a spiritual component to this, but he poses the question, why the repetition of trauma? And he says because trauma and abuse inflict on the human mind the reality of evil. So it's almost as if in the face of this evil, the person is scrabbling to make sense of it, scrabbling to escape it, like a moth that keeps going to a flame. So let's think specifically about sexual trauma, capital T trauma, sexual abuse. How does that relate to abortion? Very easily and very obviously. It means that a woman is easily going to be manipulated. She's easily going to be in an abusive relationship. If a significant man in her life, an uncle, God forbid a father, a brother, if they have abused her bodily integrity, then she's easily going to be prey to abusive relationships. She is even going to find that the experience of the surgical abortion, for example, itself is a kind of recreation, because she's going to be powerless as an abortionist, usually a man, puts his hand or his instrument in the same sacred space that was violated originally. And women do report this. They report that this feeling of this sense of actually it was like a complete reenactment of abuse, which is exactly what it is. And imagine the pain that at some level you know this and yet you feel compelled to do it anyway. I think it's important at this point to talk about what that means, for example, for women who conceive a child after rape. We're in a context at the moment where Roe v. Wade is being debated, and every time you see people being interviewed, they say, "Okay, but what about rape?" As though somehow that would justify it, when we know it's a tiny fraction of abortions are because of rape. Less than 2% at the most. A survey of 200 women reported that only 7% of them, 200 women who conceived after rape, 7% of them thought it was the right decision to abort their child. They had abortions. 93% of them said, no, that was another violation. That was a reenactment. I felt like the abortionist was like my rapist. So again, the compassion that we need to have for women who are going through abortion, because it just feels familiar. It's the old playbook. A man tells you what to do. He uses you as an object sexually. You then become an object in an abortory for somebody else who's going to take this child away from you. And part of healing from the trauma of childhood abuse of any kind is working with what we call the inner child. Well, psychology always talks about the inner child. In our context, we think of this inner child as really like the baptismal child, the person that God, your true identity that God gave you, in baptism, your innocence. But imagine if your inner child is so damaged that you can't even nurture the inner child in yourself, and you let somebody abort that. You are piling layer upon layer of trauma on what's already, terrible. So you were a victim as a child, and in the name of choice or liberation, you are piling yet more victimhood on yourself with the idea it's going to make it better. So it's a really vicious kind of cycle, and this whole repetition of trauma is so understanding that is so fundamental, because otherwise we run the risk of literally empowering people to destroy themselves. And it's kind of hard to understand, but it begins to make sense if you say, well, hang on a second, what story is the body trying to tell here? If it's trying to recreate something that can't be spoken, and why can't it be spoken? Because it's shameful. Then you have an abortion, and because you chose that, in inverted commas, we know that even women who choose an abortion regret it. Then you've got to be quiet about that too. So you have this whole cycle of grief that cannot be emptied because it can't be spoken. Because if you can't speak it, it's going to stay alive. So hence you go on and have repeat abortions. You have repeat abusive relationships. So fundamental to this understanding is link, and Teresa reckoned there was a minimum of about 25% of the people who came for Rachel's Vineyard had childhood sexual abortion. Fundamental to that understanding is the idea that I'm going to recreate the trauma in some way. I'm going to repeat it. Not because I want it, but because it's a way of trying to tell a story completely unconsciously. A story that couldn't be told because of shame, because I'd lost my voice. So sexual abuse is capital T trauma. But lots of people have what one might call small t traumas. And a small t trauma would be the fact that, for example, there were problems like alcohol at home. There was dysfunctional family circumstances in which, as a child, I wasn't able to grow healthily. Now, every family has problems. Nobody has a perfect childhood. But what you need is a childhood that's good enough. And to be good enough, it means that your emotions, for example, are held when appropriate and mirrored and digested and given back to you in a form that's possible for a child to deal with. But if nobody notices you, nobody comforts you, nobody cares about you, then actually you're going to develop really very serious problems with relating. So small t traumas, as they come from some dysfunctionality in the home, from neglect, and they're every bit as serious in terms of their effects as the big T traumas, because they can be year in, year out. They actually are your normal, even though you don't know it's not normal. So they set you up for the same kind of thing. And I think one very significant area of that now, of course, since we've had legalized abortion for years and years and years, is the fact that we've got so many people who themselves are traumatized by abortion who are trying to be parents. You've got siblings who are growing up in families where they know that siblings have been aborted. All of that is giving them a sense of what their identity and their worth is. And that's going to have an effect on them themselves when they come to the age when they might be thinking about having children. Their whole sense of what that means, their whole universe, their whole sense of identity is to some extent going to be predicated on the images of motherhood that they've had, the messages about what motherhood is like, the messages about what having the responsibility for a child is like. And if you've been told as a child that you're a bit of a nuisance and why don't you shut up, etc., 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 how do you have any insight into the beauty and the joy of motherhood? Yes, it's exhausting, it's unbelievably responsible, and yet it contains this deepest joy and this deepest fulfillment of somebody's need to love another, to give, to be a gift to another. So it's kind of, again, tragic if this trauma recreates itself. And in addition to having had a childhood that is less than secure and safe, you then compound that by going on to act that out in some way. Act out your own sense of what motherhood looks like, your own sense of what your own sexuality is for. Because I think we tend to talk about abortion as, again, it's a sort of surgical thing, you know, without consequences. But for a woman to have an abortion, that is affecting her whole psychosexual identity. So her whole sense of what her sexuality is for, what her femininity is for, what her body is about. We know that people who have any kind of adverse childhood experience, small t trauma, big T trauma, always have a deep sense of disconnection from their bodies. And I think that you can begin to see that as a reality when you go to abortion rallies and things, and you've got people screaming things like, keep your Eucharist off my uterus, keep your rosaries off my ovaries. I'm always so struck by the desperation of that the idea that something holy might touch this sacred part of me is actually something that gives me fear and horror, and that tells me that there's a very deep disconnection with their own body and a very deep rejection of the sanctity of their own body and the beauty of their own body. So I think that more and more we can't emphasize enough that this is the mere fact of choice doesn't mean it's a good choice. It certainly doesn't mean it's a healthy choice. It can be the very opposite for many women. It's almost a kind of suicide if your own childhood was so damaged and so attacked that you feel you've got to have your own child attacked in the womb. It's a kind of, that really is the body telling a story. So we need to have the deepest compassion for anyone in that situation, and we need to hold out to them this message that actually you didn't do this freely. You didn't even necessarily do this in the full sense of the word rationally, that your rational executive thinking brain was probably offline, and it was your scared survival brain that was driving this decision.
I mean, that was just so amazing. I don't know about you, but I mean, I was just taken away with all of the stories and the information of this program and what Father Dominic does. I was just absolutely amazed. And it's also beautiful how people can go from having all this trauma throughout their whole life and actually with help just transform themselves. It's just so beautiful. So we're going to have a part 2 and we're going to learn a bit more about Father Dominic's work. So make sure to stay on for that.
Yeah, definitely. We're really looking forward to that. So next up, we have one of our short questions that Dr. Callum Miller will be answering for us. You may have come across this question, actually. People probably said this to you, especially if you're a guy. Can men have a voice in the pro-life movement? Can men speak about abortion? And so we'll have Callum Miller answering that for us now.
Should I, as a man, be speaking about abortion? Well, I think this is often given as a way of shutting down opinions that people don't like, and sometimes this is surprising because when you look at the statistics, women are actually more pro-life than men. And so if I weren't speaking, and if no other men were speaking, you'd actually be taking out more pro-choicers than you'd be taking out pro-lifers. But actually, I think that's the wrong approach, and I want to explain why. I fully understand that sometimes this is raised as a sincere issue, and I think that is absolutely fair enough in certain circumstances. There is a sense in which I, as a man, will never understand what a pregnancy is like, and particularly what a crisis pregnancy in a particularly difficult situation is like. And I do understand that that means that when I speak about this subject, I have to speak about it with humility and with understanding and listening to the stories of people who have been through these sorts of situations. So I think it's absolutely important that when men talk about this subject, they do so in a way that is humble and that is sincere and that listens to the stories of people who are the most directly affected. But I don't think that that means that men should be silent. And there are three particular reasons why. The first is that this is an issue of justice. And when it comes to issues of justice, everyone has a stake and everyone should be involved. When something is an issue of human rights and human equality and standing up for the vulnerable, everyone should have a stake in that and everyone should be a part of that. When we think about other important issues or hot button issues in our society, when we're talking about the oppression of a particular group of people, we don't just leave the debate and leave the advocacy to people who are directly affected. We explicitly say those of you who are not directly affected need to be involved and to advocate for the most vulnerable. This is perhaps what was behind the He for She campaign that Emma Watson put together. This was a feminist campaign for the rights of women, and it was specifically saying he for she. That is, men need to be active and vocal in the fight for women's equality, because men have a particular platform and a particular power and a particular ability to advocate in these circles for women who are the victims of abuse or the victims of discrimination or the victims of any other harm. And this leads us to the second reason that men need to be involved in this conversation. And that is that women explicitly ask men to be their voice in this arena, especially when there are some women who don't feel like they have a voice or a platform. For my own part, I know that I have been approached as a medical doctor and as an advocate and as someone who is confident speaking in public by many women who say that they don't have a voice, or they are too frightened by the abuse that they might get, or they don't want to share what is in many cases their private, intimate story of having an abortion or of being involved in an abortion. And they ask me to be their voice. And so what we are saying, if we are telling every man to get out of this conversation, is that those women should not have the voice that they have chosen to represent them. And so simply excluding every man from the debate actually excludes the voices of some of the most vulnerable women who don't feel like they have a voice and who ask, in some cases, men to be the voice for them that they don't feel that they have. And the third reason that men need to be involved in these conversations is because portraying this as a women's only issue, while in some cases might feel empowering to some women, in many cases profoundly disempowers other women. What I mean by that is this. If you say that abortion is a woman's only choice, if a woman gets pregnant from a man because it takes two, and she doesn't want the baby, or she does want the baby, but is finding it difficult to keep the baby without support, she is the one who has to deal with those burdens and that distress and those difficulties by herself. If abortion and pregnancy are women's only issues, then when a woman has a crisis pregnancy, she is on her own. And the man can simply say, this is a woman's issue. If you keep the baby, it's your choice, but I'm not having anything to do with it. That is profoundly disempowering for women in these circumstances, regardless of what she wants to do. If she wants to end the pregnancy, then she has to go through that by herself. If she wants to keep the baby, then she has to go through that by herself, and often is pressured to have an abortion because the man is not there supporting her. So for a woman, there is never an easy way out. Even having an abortion will be distressing and traumatic and difficult, and there is no easy solution to this pregnancy. Whereas for a man, if it is a woman's only issue, there is an easy way out for him. He simply says, this is a woman's only issue and I'm having nothing to do with it. If you have the baby, that's your choice and I don't have any responsibility for that. And we know that this has caused profound distress to many women. It has caused profound misery to many women. It has actually been shown in the economic literature to contribute to the feminization of poverty. More and more women becoming placed into poverty because they have been abandoned by a man who has said, your body, your choice. And so what we see is that although this phrasing and although the removal of men from this debate might feel empowering for certain advocates at the high levels in the media and in medicine and in the top echelons of society, we see that in other parts of society, removing men from the debate is profoundly disempowering for women. While it might remove their voices from the public square, it also removes their practical support and responsibility from the private space. And that is often what so many women most need and most feel that they need from a man in those situations. And so abortion is not only a women's issue. Abortion is a societal failing to protect women and to give women the support that they need. And removing men from that public debate also removes them from that private support and is profoundly disempowering to women in those situations.
Well, thank you, Dr. Miller, for explaining that really helpfully and clearly for us. I just want to speak to all the men out there. It can be really easy to get yourself down about people saying abortion's a women's issue, but actually you were created to stand up and defend the vulnerable, and you have a duty and obligation to do that. And I'd love you to join me in opposing abortion and saving lives.
Exactly. I hope that encourages you all then to get on with it and try and spread the pro-life message. And you can also do so by sharing this video on any platform that you might like, Facebook, Twitter, and just going on the website and having a little look around. So now we're up for part 2 of Father Dominic Elaine about his grief to grace, which we heard about before. So please stay tuned for that.
You've talked about the physical abortions, surgical abortions, and the trauma that can cause. But I know when I've spoken to people, I can think of a good friend of mine who went through a rape and became pregnant and ended up having a medical abortion. But I know she described that same sense of powerlessness that you're talking about, because although physically nobody maybe was forcing her and there wasn't maybe no physical contact, there was still this presumption by other people around her that this was the way forward. Everyone was presuming, whether it was the school nurse, the abortion centre, anyone who knew about it was presuming this was the best way to solve this problem. So I think she still felt that same trauma you're describing, even without it physically.
I've known women who've been given the morning after pill and taken it and have that same sense of, oh my God, Father, what have I done? Because the worst thing for a survivor of trauma, big T, little t, is the loss of agency. So as soon as you've got people saying, this is what you've got to do, then that's already triggering you again. And remember, part of the survival instinct, fight, flight are obvious, collapse. But along with collapse, there's another aspect of the survival instinct, which is called fawning, which is over-compliance, which is when, in the animal kingdom, an animal will make itself look as if it's as little a threat as possible, to play possum, you know. Well, in human relationship terms, it's equally possible that because of trauma, my first instinct is to do what everybody else tells me, because that's how I kept safe as a child. Because I was threatened that if I didn't do what I was told, something worse would happen to me. And this stuff sets you up for the pattern of relationships in your adult life until it's healed. So yes, the loss of agency, the need to placate others. And once again, we need to be so, aware of the reality of, when we talk about women choosing these things, In what sense choosing? Not freely choosing under some compulsion, even if the compulsion is, I'm going to lose the relationship if I don't lose this child. That's not a free choice. It's a lesser of two evils. That's how it's presented. We haven't talked very much about men either, in the sense of their part in all this. Part of the culture of death is we have a lot of very damaged men around. We have a lot of men who have real father wounds, I think. The statistics, we think that probably 1 in 3 women have had some sort of sexual abuse by the age of 18. It varies for men. I think the NSPCC reckons it's 1 in 20 men have had some kind of sexual abuse. It doesn't have to be sexual abuse, as you said. It can be small t trauma. It can be neglect. It can be, again, just how your own masculinity was valued, your own image of fatherhood growing up. And we know that one of the tragedies in our society is that the number of single-parent families, is massive. Now, all credit to parents who are bringing up children on their own, but there is a crisis of boys being brought up only by mothers who go to primary schools, who tend to be full of women. And so we're talking about toxic masculinity, Well, there's nothing toxic about masculinity itself. It's the same issue, which is if no one's ever modelled a healthy masculinity, if nobody's ever affirmed that you can be both sensitive and strong, if no one has ever affirmed the idea that it's okay not to need to dominate women, all of these things are playing into this narrative about toxic masculinity, which is actually just another word for trauma. Because a toxic male is a damaged male. It's not normal. It's someone whose own development has been toxic, and he has learned messages about women, messages about his own sexuality that are toxic. But in that sense, we're all part of our culture, So as partners, these people are going to be pushing for abortions. They're going to be buying into the idea that this is a consequenceless choice. It's a simple, easy thing. It solves the problem. And in so doing, we're allowing men to get away with bearing no responsibility for their sexuality, for how they conduct relationships, and we're encouraging them in the idea that a real man is someone who doesn't need to take responsibility for his child. And again, it's deeply toxic and deeply wounded and deeply damaged. And the more it goes on, the more this recreates itself. And yet still there are people in society who think that somehow this is liberation and this is emancipation, when the fruits of it are all around us.
I mean, what you're saying just makes so much sense with particularly some of the testimonies I've listened to from women and men, but maybe particularly I hear more of the testimonies from women, realising how so often it's things in childhood that have set them up for decisions they've made later on when they've become pregnant. Not necessarily, even casting blame, but just seeing how these things, what the natural consequence or the natural responses of these, whether it's with women and with men. So I think often when I've asked a woman to tell her story, she'll start right back at childhood. She won't start when she's got pregnant. And what you're saying really helps to make sense of all that.
Absolutely. I think it's absolutely fundamental that wherever there's a capital T trauma, you have to look somewhere behind. Say for what we call the fundamental trauma. Where did that person become voiceless? Where did they lose their sense of a right to agency? Where did they lose their sense of the dignity that's owed them? And it almost always it's early on,
So how do we help these people come forward for healing? I mean, do you think part of the problem can be that can in itself be a painful process?
Absolutely, it's
and be scary.
Very scary, very scary. And I think it's helpful to think of parts, as it were, because in the aftermath of any trauma, whether it's childhood sexual trauma, whether it's abortion, there's a big part of us that puts, say, our happy face on and just carries on. We all have to do that, but that will work for a certain amount of time. And usually it works because it's sustained by other defense mechanisms. Now, obvious ones are things like drink, drugs, they're a way of numbing pain. And there are the ones I call the more socially acceptable ones, like perfectionism or overworking, or but sooner or later, see, and these defense mechanisms, it's easy to sort of look askance at them, but actually, again, they're instinctive. They're like the airbag on your car that just inflates because it's danger. So they do what they're supposed to do. They prevent you from the full impact of the trauma. And so it's important, it sounds odd, but it's important to, as it were, rather than say, now I'm a terrible person because I've got drink problems as well, to actually in some sense have compassion for that creative part that was about survival, remember, because that's what we're talking about. That's what the organism thinks. I need to survive. So it's great to have an airbag on your car, but you can't drive your car with the airbag inflated. Mm-hmm. So there comes a point for people where the defense mechanisms are actually part of the problem. And it's usually at that point that someone makes the very courageous decision to say, do you know what? I've got to do something about this. And it's very courageous because there's a bit in Macbeth where he talks about, I'm so deep in blood that I might as well go on. And it's a bit like that. It feels like that. It's all so awful. That the only way is through. The only way is to face this pain, is to go towards it. And that requires a great deal of courage. It's a real metanoia, a turning around of your mind in a spiritual sense. And you hear this in other things like alcoholics. Why does an alcoholic one day suddenly say, after 30 years of drinking, today, that's the last time I had a drink? That's a spiritual shift. That's when something of the sense of who I could be is recovered. So we're always looking for that in people, because it is going to be very difficult to face this trauma and this pain. It's going to be very, very painful, but actually, even that is the unfinished business, in the sense that grief grows by being unexpressed. It just goes on mushrooming. And we say to people, look, this is hard to understand, but if you were going to be destroyed by this, it would have been then. It's the fear of this that now is holding you back. You have actually survived. It's over. And in neurobiological terms, literally, the brains of people who are living trauma are different from people who are recovering from it. It shifts. Different parts of your brain light up. So that, yes, that was terrible, but that's there in the past. Whereas until it's healed, the slightest reminder of it means I'm reliving the original experience with much of the same brain and body chemistry. And that's why it's so important to have compassion for these people. Because it's easy to think, why don't they just get over it, or they're making a bit of a fuss, or they're attention seeking. They're not. They're literally reliving. It's like a live memory. Traumatic memories are not even created or stored in the same way that ordinary memories are. We learn all this now, say, from the brain scans. So it's a really brave decision to say, I need to change. I need to recognize that there's something fundamentally wrong and I need to address it. Excuse me. And I think it's also something that it's very hard to do on your own. Trauma is very isolating. I keep it secret. It can often happen at the hands of someone who is very close to me, so that my whole ability to trust, to ask for help, is diminished. So it's really good if there is someone you can trust, and even to, as it were, make that risk to trust again. And just to make the first step, that's the hardest thing. To say it could be different, to believe it could be different, can be very hard, But the truth is that once people begin to understand that there is a etymology for this, that there's, you can trace this path and say, I get it, that's why I did that. And we're not saying nothing you ever did was ever your fault,
No.
Because we all have choices. But we are saying maybe your choices weren't as free as you thought they were. Maybe a lot of them were under compulsion. Maybe some of your attitudes and choices were formed even before you had the use of reason. And maybe the choices in the area of relationships and psychosexuality were overwhelmed before you could ever make them by the intrusion of something so adult and so inappropriate that you spent the rest of your life trying to make sense of it, even if that's by recreating it.
That makes real sense of people I've spoken to. I mean, particularly when you were talking there about people reliving their trauma. I know when I've sometimes spoken to people who've been through an abortion, and it's just to say that word is so hard because it's almost taking them back there. And again, for people who've been through rape, I know they can't even bring themselves to say that word rape because it's like they're suddenly back there in that place again.
They are. I mean, in terms of this isn't a memory in the way you think of it. Like, I found a photograph that reminds me of something. They're reliving it, because all those instinctive things deep in our brain, body, psyche were meant to be temporary and efficient. So if I'm being attacked and I run away, even physically I burn adrenaline, I reset my nervous system. Whereas if I'm just passive and it goes on and I can't stop it, as I say, I'm like someone burning the engine out of my car. So yes, this is fundamental to understanding this. This isn't like a nasty memory that comes back occasionally and I put it back in the drawer and then it comes out. It's literally reliving it. And which means that everyday life is very hard going, because I can be triggered by this stuff at any moment. So it does require an understanding of that. And there's one last thing I think that's important to sort of say in that context, and it relates to what we're saying about this being a very much a thing of your brain stem, your primitive brain. The go-to thing has been to talk about it. Get some talking therapy. And the experts would now say that in itself, talking therapy is not enough. Because as you begin to talk about it, so the same neurobiological arousal happens, either in fight, flight, you're in shutdown. So that to heal, you need to be able to discuss it in a sort of zone in between, a window of toleration, where I'm not having these extreme reactions where I'm either reliving it or it's so painful that I'm shutting down. So Grief to Grace and Rachel's Vineyard are designed specifically to stop, to create this window of tolerance, to stop the extremes of fight, flight or the shutdown by being very embodied. They contain rituals you have to do with your body, all again to do with scripture, things you can touch, smell, see, because that's bringing other parts of the brain online so that you can process this stuff rather than the amygdala making sure that everything shuts down except the instinct to survive. So in terms of treating this stuff, talking about it is helpful, but it's not enough. And I'm sure you will have met people who can tell you the story, but it's the same story over and over again, and they need to tell it over and over again. That's not the same thing as actually feeling the feelings. And once those terrifying feelings have been felt, the power goes out of them. But that's very counterintuitive. It's a crude analogy, but if I was bitten by a dog when I was younger, then I'm going to be scared of dogs. Now, I could spend the rest of my life avoiding dogs, but that's going to control my life to a great extent because it means I can't go to the park or I can't even go out. How am I going to heal from that? At some point, I have to approach a dog and have a different outcome. Because not all dogs are going to savage me. Not all dogs are going to attack me. But my child doesn't know that. So it's about having, as it were, being able to connect the adult resource that I didn't have then, and the adult brain that says, not all dogs are going to do that. This dog isn't going to do that. Let's see if we get just a little bit closer and if it's okay. And ideally, I need somebody else with me who's going to say, we can do this. I won't let anything happen to you. So that's the kind of model, if you like. It's a horrible, crude analogy, but it's a model for what we do in Rachel's Vineyard and Grief to Grace. We can say, look, let's just get a bit curious about this. Rather than having to flee or collapse, let's just get a bit curious about this. Let's get a bit closer and see how much of this we can tolerate. And we'll be alongside you. We're not going to fix you in that sense. It's not a medical model where we've got all the answers and let's heal you. But we'll be alongside you with deep compassion as we go towards this thing that's so fearful and say, wow, that was terrible, what happened to you. Of course, you went on to do all sorts of things as a result of that. But also, you think you're a terrible person because you went on to drink or have an abortion. What an amazing person you are to have survived that. Mm. What resources are there? What an extraordinary child you were. And let's clear away some of that junk and recover that identity of a survivor. But now you can be more than a survivor. You can be someone who thrives and says, do you know what? No wonder that happened to me. I don't have to define myself by what I did in order to survive what happened to me.
So just to clarify then, we've got two organisations. We've got Rachel's Vineyard, we've got Grief to Grace. Rachel's Vineyard, primarily for people who've been hurt by abortion.
Anybody's been hurt by abortion, obviously primarily women, but also men can go. Their partners had abortion, grandparents, anybody who's been affected by it.
People who've performed abortions, it could be.
Absolutely, yeah.
And then we've got Grief to Grace, which is particularly to do with the trauma of abuse then. Yeah.
Trauma of abuse in childhood, sexual abuse, but emotional, physical, psychological abuse, neglect, or an adult violation like a rape. Mm-hmm. And we mix people who've had sexual abuse in the family, in other contexts, with people who've had clergy sexual abuse also. That's part of what Grief to Grace is designed to do. Rachel's Vineyard is a weekend residential course. Grief to Grace is a 5-day residential course. They're group processes. In one sense, it sounds counterintuitive that you would deal with something shameful in a group, but actually it's a big part of the healing, because there you discover people who understand the issues. So you don't sit there thinking, I'm the only person who ever felt like this. And the group quickly becomes a very powerful source of solidarity and compassion. So it's one thing to sit, for example, with a psychotherapist who's sort of, I don't want to diminish it, but who's paid to sort of listen to you, but to have the ordinary human response of other people witnessing your tears, compassionating you. It's a very powerful experience of healing. So the group is fundamental to both of those experiences. And what abuse does, what any sort of secret does, is isolate us. So that part of the healing is actually to recover community and to have healthy relationships modelled and healthy boundaries. And you can practice those in a group.
Final words then, Father. If there was somebody who was listening to this, watching this, who's been through some kind of abuse in some way, maybe struggling to take that first step, worried about maybe not being believed, like you were saying, maybe just never shared this with anyone before, what would you say to that person?
Well, I would say, listen to your heart. If this is touching you, listen to that bit that says it's time to change. We will believe you. We'll absolutely believe you. That's our job, to witness this. Telling somebody else makes it fearful, because it becomes more real when I tell somebody else. But you're telling people who understand, because most of the people who work in these ministries are themselves survivors. They're post-abortive in the case of Rachel's Vineyard, or they've had a history of sexual abuse in the case of Grief to Grace. So we do get it. And as I saying, it's not a medical model, which is, oh right, come along, we'll diagnose you and we'll tell you how to get fixed. Come along, we'll listen to you, we'll believe you, we'll weep with you, we'll grieve with you, we'll witness to the truth of what you say, we'll acknowledge your anger, we'll even acknowledge your ambivalence, your sense of I want to get better, but I don't know if I want to deal with all this sort of stuff. Take that step, because that voice inside is your inner child, is recognizing that you do have an identity that hasn't been obliterated by this. It might be very small and feel very little, but actually that's who you truly are. Every one of us, no matter what we've done, is a beloved child of God, and that's the Easter message. Jesus has conquered this stuff, even the hideous darkness of all this. All of this has been conquered. And so he wants us to step into the truth of our identity as not just the inner child, where we can recover the dignity and spontaneity and just sense of being happy in our own skin of the little one, but our dignity as people redeemed by Jesus, and sharing in his victory over sin and death and all that diminishes human nature in us.
Thank you so much, Father. That's a real beautiful message of hope.
There is hope. There is hope. Absolutely, yeah.
And I know there's so much more we could say, but I really appreciate you being with us today. So thanks
you
so much.
Great pleasure.
All right.
Thank you.
God bless.
You too. God bless.
Thank you very much, Father Dominic, for that. And you can visit grieftoggrace.org to look up any of the information that was said today. It's really interesting how, he was touching on the fact that healing often doesn't just come about from the abortion itself. It's also really important to understand that one might need healing from what caused that abortion, what happened in their life that caused them to have that abortion. So that was really interesting. Thank you, Father Dominic, for enlightening us in that.
Well, next we have a quite harrowing story from a very brave lady who will be remaining anonymous, and she'll be talking about her story of having had an abortion, and this story includes domestic abuse. So we'll watch that now.
So just before my 30th birthday, I found out that I was pregnant. I was really happy, I was really excited. Having lost 2 children previously, I really wanted to be a mum. And I went to the doctors and I had my pregnancy confirmed. And I went home all excited, and I waited for my partner to come home. And I sat him down and told him that I was pregnant, expecting him to be really happy and really excited. Unfortunately, his response was, "Well, who told you you could get pregnant? I don't want a baby. I've never wanted a baby. We've never discussed this. I don't want it. You need to get rid of it." At the time, I was in shock. I thought maybe he was in shock as well. And so I kept going. But every day he would come back and tell me again that he didn't want to have a baby. It wasn't in his plan. He didn't want it. But I kept going because I thought that maybe he'd change his mind and it wasn't what I wanted. And then as time progressed, he started getting more and more demanding about the fact of me going to have an abortion. He would tell me, "Have you spoken to anyone? Have you told anyone? Have you started finding out how you can get rid of the baby?" And I just kept trying to change the subject. And then he started threatening me that if I didn't get rid of the baby, he would. I didn't think he would do anything. He'd already been quite physical towards me. And I think possibly the baby was conceived through him raping me, which he regularly did. And so I thought nothing of it. And then one day he wanted to show me that he really did mean that if I didn't get rid of the baby, he would. And he pushed me down the stairs. I think for me, this was the turning point, because I thought, I can't protect myself from him, and there's no way I can protect a baby. So I went online and I found out where I could go and have an abortion. And when I went to see the doctor, who asked me why I wanted an abortion, I lied, because nobody knew that I was in a domestic violence relationship. Nobody had any idea. And I was embarrassed and I was ashamed. And so I told the doctor that the reason I was thinking of having an abortion was because I couldn't afford a baby, because I had no money and I had no way of looking after a baby. So I then had to go see another doctor. And I think the one thing that I really wasn't prepared for was the first time I had a sonogram, and the first time I heard my baby's heartbeat and saw my baby on a screen was when I was planning to terminate it. And that was the hardest thing. And then I had to go back to the clinic again to have the first tablet. And then I had to go back again for the second. And then I had to remain because they weren't happy with how my body was reacting to the drugs. I then had to go to hospital. So I was taken to hospital, and it was in a private room. And that's where I had to labour and terminate my baby on my own in a room. And I never forgive myself for the decision that I made. And I should have spoken out. And I should have told people what was happening. But I never had the courage to do so. So while I was in hospital and while I was going through the abortion procedure, all that time, I thought that, my partner would have reached out to me to check that I was okay. But he didn't. And after I'd had the abortion, I had to spend the night in hospital. And when I was released the next day, they wouldn't release me until I was in somebody else's care. And my partner wasn't connecting with me, wasn't answering my messages, my calls. So I ended up ringing a friend, and I ended up staying at my friend's house for a week, just till I felt a bit more myself, that I could go back home. And the entire time I was away. There was no contact. And I think this confused me, because I thought, well, I've done what you've asked me to do, but you don't want anything to do with me. And I think that then made me make this decision that I didn't need to be with him. I didn't deserve to be with him. And it gave me the strength to leave him. And I did. My life became better, because no longer was I being, abused and harassed and bullied and belittled. And I don't think I realised at the time how controlling he was and how much influence he had over my life. He'd already alienated me from my family and my friends. So I took the long task of rebuilding those relationships with everybody. And then I sort of had to rebuild my life, but it was hard because I had this grief for a baby that I had aborted, and I felt like there was nowhere to turn. And years later, when I was in Mass, somebody came to talk to us about Rachel's Vineyard, and it hit a nerve, and I felt like I needed to reach out, and I did. And I went on a retreat, and it was the best thing I did, because I got to speak to other people in the same situation as me, and it really helped. And I've got to meet new friends who've been through what I've been through, and it's given me the confidence not to be ashamed of the decision I make, but to help others. My advice to anybody who would feel that they are in a similar situation to where I was would be, please speak out, please tell somebody. Please be open and honest about what you're going through. It's never acceptable to be in a situation like that where you feel that you have no choice. There are always people who are willing to listen. And I know it's really, really hard. But it's better than having to deal with the grief at this end of it and sit back and have regrets about what life could have been like. If you're somebody who's had an abortion and you want to know where to go next to get some help, I found Rachel's Vineyard really, really useful. They're someone I'd never heard of, and it was just a chance meeting in church that they were talking and that I heard about the great work that they do. But I strongly recommend they can really help. I never stop thinking about the child that I don't have. I talk to them on a regular basis. I have little conversations with what they'd be up to, how old they'd be, what year they'd be in school. I celebrate their birthday every year because I'll never forget that date. I have really big concerns about the abortions tablets that they send in the post, because for somebody like me who wanted a baby and had a partner who didn't, it makes life so much easier for that partner to get rid of the child they don't want. They can force someone to make the call. You can lie on the call about how pregnant you actually are. You know, you could probably sit and, try and keep the baby and put the tablets to one side and not take them and then take them later than you're meant to, which could cause you more harm. The partner could even drug you somehow by making you take the tablets if they really wanted to. And there's just no care. Nobody checks on the person who's actually having the abortion. If I'd have had the tablets sent by post and been unwell like I was when I had my abortion, there would have been nobody to check on me. And I may not have ended up in hospital, and I may have ended up in a worse situation. If I could send a message out to religious leaders all over the world, it would be that abortion isn't a topic that we don't need to talk about. It's one that we do need to talk about, because only by talking about it will people be able to know that it's okay to talk about it and to ask for help, and they won't be so ashamed to ask for that help. So please make it an open, honest topic, because I would never have heard of Rachel's Vineyard if somebody hadn't allowed Rachel to talk in the church that I was visiting.
Well, thank you so much for sharing that really emotional and powerful story. I know I certainly really appreciate hearing that, and it's incredibly hard to speak about these kind of things, so yeah, thank you so much. And the hurt from abortion can often be really deep, and I know many women can really struggle to overcome that trauma, but you don't need to go through that trauma alone. There are many really loving and kind people who would love to come alongside you. And in the talk, Rachel's Vineyard was mentioned, and there are other organisations as well, basically full of these people who would just love to provide you with help and support. And you can find a list of those on the March for Life website at marchforlife.co.uk.
And it's that support that it seems from the story that we just heard that the abortion industry is not providing. I mean, she was not given a framework to assess whether at home she was going through abuse. There was no sort of framework to see whether she was being coerced. So please, if you know anyone in that situation, please do visit that list that you've just mentioned. And also, if you have your own story that you'd like to share, it's an amazing part of sort of the healing process to give that story to others and to also have people to understand you. So, if you've got an abortion story, or if you've even had an unplanned pregnancy, which was sort of frightening at the beginning, but you do have that baby, please feel free to come onto the website and get in touch with March for Life, and you can share that story. So on that note, actually, we have Dr. Callum, who is going to be talking about coercion in abortion. And his question is going to be, is abortion always pro-choice? So is abortion always a choice, which is a really interesting question. So I'm looking forward to that.
Well, is abortion always pro-choice? There's often an assumption that as long as you give someone the legal possibility of doing something, you are empowering them to make a choice. But we don't always recognize this in other contexts. There are many things that we make legally prohibited because we know that by opening the door to them, we are actually opening the door to exploitation and a lack of choice. Assisted suicide or euthanasia is one of the best examples. Now, no matter what view you might have on assisted suicide or euthanasia, there is still a clear agreement that legalizing it puts some people at risk of being coerced. This is the view of the large majority of palliative care doctors in the UK, who, even if in the minority of cases they support euthanasia being legal, they still admit that it could open the door to exploitation and actually reducing the choice that vulnerable people have. And so we see this reality in the case of abortion as well. There are a number of different studies from different contexts and different cultures showing that around 20 to 25% of abortions are coerced by other people, usually the male partner, but sometimes also the parents, sometimes the friends, sometimes the abortion providers or the doctors. And we see all of these in the UK as well. So we know that a significant minority of abortions are done in a way that coerces the woman and completely takes away her choice. Now, we know that this has got even worse during the era of pills by post or telemedicine, because in this case, a woman does not even see an abortion provider by herself. A woman simply phones up the abortion provider and often has a partner in the room with her, encouraging or forcing her to obtain the abortion pills and then to take them. There is no way of checking that she is alone and that this is really her decision. And so a recent poll commissioned by the BBC found that 15% of women had felt coerced and been given abortion pills without their consent. And that is a huge number of women, and that is a huge problem. So we know that a significant number of women are coerced into abortions in a very forthright and candid way. But we also know that many women are pressured into an abortion by soft pressure or by implicit pressure. We know, for example, that 3/4 of mothers in Scotland feel that they are discriminated against by their employers for becoming pregnant or for having a child. And when you have that sort of implicit pressure, that inevitably puts pressure on women to have an abortion that they may not want. In Ireland, soon after legalization of abortion there, we saw that pilots, female pilots who had become pregnant, were told by their employers that they should have an abortion or be prepared to lose their job. So this is not always a choice. But more than that, we know that abortion is often not an informed choice. I have met countless women who have told me that when they had an abortion, they were not told about the risks to their mental health, to their physical health, or otherwise. They were not told about the other options that were available to them. Now, a central fundamental principle of working in medicine, as I do, is that when you do an operation or a procedure on a patient, their consent is not valid unless it is properly informed. They have to know the risks, they have to know the alternatives. And we know that this is often not the case in abortion. In some cases, they are rarely told of the risks. We know that PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, is a potential complication of abortion. And it is almost unheard of for a woman to actually be told that. So the large majority of abortions are not done with informed consent, and therefore, by definition, they are not done with consent at all. They are done against the woman's choice, or at least without the woman's choice, because they do not properly inform her about what the procedure involves and what the complications are. So in that sense, although legalizing abortion or making it widely available might seem to empower a woman's choice, when it's put into practice, we see that it is often the opposite, that it is a way of enforcing abortion upon women or pressuring vulnerable women who want to have a baby to have an abortion instead. And so in those ways, whether it's the majority of the women or a minority of women, we know that many thousands of women do not have an abortion by their own proper, valid choice. And that is a way in which abortion not only disempowers women, it actually actively exploits them and takes away their choice.
Thank you so much, Dr. Callan, for that. I mean, it really makes us think, whose choice really is it? And I think it gets us all thinking that as pro-lifers, we cannot go out and not be compassionate to these women and to these men, because often it really does strip away their choice, and often they are victims and they are exploited by the abortion industry. So we do always have to maintain that compassion towards them.
Next up, we have Ben Thatcher from March for Life UK in conversation with Niamh O'Brien, who's from the Republic of Ireland, and she'll be talking about the situation over there and also their upcoming rally in July.
Hello and welcome. Now we have one of the greatest pro-life legends all the way from Ireland, Niamh O'Brien, another great friend of March for Life UK. So Niamh works for the Life Institute and the Rally for Life, and she's been working for many years tirelessly to support women practically, to protect the unborn and to create a culture of life in Ireland. So Niamh, welcome to March for Life UK's Livestream 22. How are you?
I'm great and brilliant to be part of it, though I don't know how I can live up to that intro, Ben.
Well, you are a pro-life legend and you've inspired me many years. So what's the situation like in Ireland at the moment?
Well, I suppose you're having your March for Life pretty soon, ours will follow pretty soon after that. And I think one of the things we're all looking forward to is being back in person, isn't it, Ben? I think everyone, COVID was never ending. It was 2 years where pro-lifers actually managed to achieve a huge amount of things in terms of getting the message into the public square despite the restrictions, but still back together, marching on the streets, in our case on July 2nd, yours before that, and I think that's going to be amazing.
So yes, the March for Life in London is going to be taking place in September. We've moved it to September now. So how have things changed in Ireland since the law has changed then, Niamh?
Well, I'm afraid, of course, that's only bad news, Ben, because we've seen in every country in the world that when abortion becomes legal, the numbers, of course, start to rocket. And in Ireland, the number of abortions has doubled since abortion has been legalised. And these are really, really saddening figures. In the first year, we had this horrible figure, 6,666 abortions, something that really shocked everybody. And we've just been told in our parliament, in the Dáil, by one of the junior ministers for health, that at least 21,000 abortions have taken place so far since abortion was made legal in Ireland. And that is 21,000 tragedies. 21,000 babies killed, their mothers denied the real help and support that they needed in order to continue with their pregnancies. And it's this shocking reality of repeal that we warned voters would happen and that the government denied would happen during the referendum. Voters were promised that abortion would be rare. And instead of it being rare, we've seen these really horrifying numbers that have, of course, shocked many people who kind of reluctantly voted yes to legalise abortion, who were told that if they didn't, women would die, and who were just heard this non-stop propaganda in the media, who really led the campaign to repeal the Eighth Amendment, that abortion was necessary, but that it would be rare. And instead, we're seeing these horrific numbers, and we're seeing other horrific outcomes, sadly, such as late-term abortions taking place. And we're seeing doctors telling researchers here in UCC, in University College Cork in Ireland, that after performing late-term abortions, they felt that they had stabbed a baby in the heart, that they were getting sick in the corridor. These tremendously disturbing outcomes that came as a direct consequence of repealing the Eighth Amendment. And of course, they're getting very little media attention because now that abortion has been legalised, the media doesn't want to concentrate on the reality of it at all. So what's happening, though, I think side by side with all these terrible outcomes, with these really sad stories, which are exactly what, unfortunately, the pro-life movement said would happen if the Eighth was repealed, is that the pro-life movement, of course, has not gone away, and that you're seeing incredible work on the front line by groups like Gianna Care, who provide assistance to women with unexpected pregnancies, and these beautiful stories of the babies they've saved, of groups like Every Life Counts, who in particular offer support to families where the baby has a life-limiting condition. And when we realize that the recorded statistics in countries like your own show that 90% of babies with disabilities, even with disabilities like Down syndrome are being aborted, the work of groups like Every Life Count is so important, because what studies have shown is when you provide parents with the correct support and care, something that Every Life Counts does in these situations, you see a reversal of that figure. And it's astonishing, because they are finding that when they can reach parents and offer parents support, in fact, 90% of parents continue with their pregnancy, of the parents they offer support to. And then you're seeing other tremendous outcomes, like, you know, the pro-life TDs are increasing their numbers, that pro-life senators are becoming increasingly outspoken, and that the pro-life movement is determined to continue shining a light on these horrific outcomes. And, you know, Life Institute has ran a very high-profile billboard campaigns, kind of waking up people to the reality of what's happening. And we're looking at the same over the summer of action, including the Rally for Life, of course, on July 2nd, where we'll be back in person to highlight what's happening and to make TDs answerable to what's happening under the abortion regime.
So just reflecting back on one of the points you've made about the practical support that you're giving women, in the UK at the moment there's a fresh push to have national buffer zones put into place. Is there any kind of threat of that at all in Ireland? Or are you able to be outside abortion centres or hospitals to give practical support to women who are going into these places?
But just like in the UK, there's a very strong push coming from the media and from, in particular, Sinn Féin, TDs and senators, but to be honest, right across the political spectrum, to criminalise anybody who even prays outside an abortion clinic.
Yes.
Any kind of action that might be seen as reaching out to a woman to offer her a better option than abortion. A lot of politicians, and certainly the big media push behind it, want to not just outlaw, but to criminalise it. So to make it a criminal offence to do this, and they have fines and other punishments attached to that. Now, one of the problems they have here in Ireland, of course, is that they're running up against our constitution, and there's a constitutional right to protest or to peacefully gather. And I think that's going to stand to the people who are doing these amazing outreaches, who are simply gathering in prayer or to gather peacefully to offer women a better option than abortion. And it's been very interesting here, because one of the things that was established after the repeal of the age was GRIPT, which is a media outlet I also contribute to.
Very good.
Yeah, they're doing amazing investigative work. Gary Kavanagh of GRIPT looked at the claims that were being made by pro-abortion groups like Together for Yes, and they were making these very outlandish claims that women were being intimidated and threatened by pro-life protesters or pro-life prayers at hospitals, and using freedom of information requests and other investigative work, he discovered in fact that none of the hospitals had received complaints from either staff or women about pro-life protests or prayers. So it really blew that claim out of the water. It was an incredible piece of work, much like I'm sure what's happening over there, that the media and abortion campaigners make these claims, and if someone bothers to investigate, which the rest of the media should be doing, it was left to GRIPT to do it in this instance. You know, a lot of the time those claims are seen to be fake.
Some of the claims are outrageous as well. I mean, not even being able to say the word mother or to pray, like just outside an abortion centre, or whatever, these simple words which are just such a violation of like our human rights, of the right to talk, the right to speak, freedom of speech, religious freedoms. So yes, it's a real challenge, and we must be challenging these at all times. So
you would wonder, wouldn't you, why? Why is it that a lot of abortion campaigners and their supporters never want women to hear about a better option? Why is that? Like, what's at the heart of that? Because even most people who perhaps voted yes in the referendum in Ireland, they don't see abortion as a good thing. You know, nobody except for the extremists, the campaigners, the people who profit from abortion, sees it as a good thing. And I think that's a question for those people and for the media who are supporting them, is that why would you not want a woman to be offered another option? Even if you don't think it's a better option, why at least would women not be allowed to be given that choice? And I think that's, you know, it's very obvious why they think.
Are they really pro-choice, Niamh?
Are they really pro-choice? That's the question, isn't it?
Yeah, they're really pro-choice. So what's the mood of the pro-life movement in Ireland at the moment? I mean, is there hope?
Absolutely. And I think one of the things, of course, that has cheered the movement globally is this tremendous news coming out of the United States that after 50 years, it looks as if, you know, the terrible judgment in Roe versus Wade in 1973 looks set to be overturned. And like, why is this so important? I suppose it's important for one reason in particular, that it shows the power of perseverance and being committed to the pro-life cause. And it shows that the movement, needs to be multifaceted in its approach to this issue, because we're all working to change hearts and minds. We're also working in the political sphere to make sure that we have representatives in the parliament and across our various countries who represent our views and who are pushing for change. We're looking for legal change. And all of these things kind of, I think, coalesced in Roe versus Wade now being overturned. You had changes in the political sphere, which led to changes in judicial appointments to the Supreme Court. You had a change in public opinion because people work so hard to change hearts and minds. And that was also, of course, that change was also being driven by the fact that people could see that you could offer women a better answer than abortion. So the tremendous power, I think, of the commitment and perseverance of the pro-life movement, who never gave up, who just held the line, who decided that, you cannot give up when the life of a child is on the line. I think that is showing fruits and showing results. And that's an incredibly important message for every March for Life this year. And it's not just in the US. I think if we look across Europe too at other countries, you're seeing in Hungary, in Poland, the pro-life movement gained new ground, and fresh hope, and gave fresh hope to other countries where they've kind of led the way in restricting abortion and in offering better help and support to women. And, I read last week that in Croatia, another country, which was formerly, like Poland and Hungary, communist countries where abortion was very widespread, where they had very liberal abortion regimes, that the pro-life movement is gaining strength day by day there. And there is now huge political and public support for restrictions on abortion, or perhaps almost a complete ban on abortion. And one incredible statistic that came out of there was that 60% of doctors in Croatia now say that they won't perform abortions. And in a way, that's kind of reflected in Ireland too, because almost half of the maternity hospitals or units, there's a lot more of the units than the hospitals, are not currently performing abortions in Ireland. 90% of our family doctors are GPs, because it's GP services are providing a lot of women, providing most of the abortions in Ireland through providing the abortion pill, but 90% of GPs are also not involved in providing any kind of abortion, including abortion pills. And the evidence is there, and it's been submitted to parliamentary committees, that in regard to the maternity hospitals and units, it's because there are too many conscientious objectors, too many doctors and nurses who are saying, we won't be part of this in any way. And I think that's a tremendous sign of hope too, because when doctors and nurses say that, they are not simply saying they won't carry out or perform or support an abortion. They're also saying, no, let's offer women a better answer. And that's what the pro-life movement is saying as well. And while the numbers are horrific, while some of the outcomes are horrific too, and while we've lost at least 21,000 babies to this abortion regime, and that is such a tragedy, what we can see is that our determination to keep shining a light on what's happening, our determination to keep offering women a better answer than abortion, will eventually bring us, with that perseverance and hope and commitment and defiance. I think it's a great word that Jonathan Van Maren, who you've often spoken to yourself, uses, this defiance we have in the face of what's happening with abortion, to say, no, we won't accept this, and we will keep demanding that the truth is revealed, and we will keep demanding a better answer, that we will also achieve what's being achieved in the US, in Croatia, in Hungary and elsewhere, where abortion is overturned.
Absolutely, Niamh, yes. I mean, the abortion industry never stops, so we can never stop. And I think there is momentum at the moment, and across the pro-life movement, across the world at the moment, and I think we can take inspirations from lots of different countries. But the fight is raging, and we need to be really ready for this. And
can I say to that I would add to, I think, this momentum, this resurgence of hope and defiance, what you're doing in the UK then, because the March for Life is a new enough initiative. Are you 6 years, 7 years now?
Yeah, about that.
And you observed that there was a need for the visibility and the defiance and the hope that the March for Life offered, and you came together and you made it happen. And that's all part, I think, of this great momentum behind the pro-life movement. That's building because we are a movement who is determined to end abortion and to give women a better
Absolutely.
answer. I think that's why it's happening.
So, Niamh, Rally for Life is around the corner.
Yeah.
We're all excited about it. So can you tell us a little bit more about what's happening?
So, gathering in Parnell Square, Dublin, 1:30 p.m. We're hoping to head to begin the march on time at 2 p.m. Irish people tend to be stragglers, so they come in a bit late, everything starts late. But everyone's really excited about it. Like, we had lots and lots of local rallies during COVID, and they were tremendous. I think 55 local rallies last year. So this year we're telling people to go home from the Rally for Life and carry on with those local rallies.
Yes.
So the rally is never just a standalone event. Around it we have lots of things, documentary launches, online films, interviews, events for young people, mini conferences happening, and this year will be no different. But I think what's really important is that people go home from the rally with the posters, the equipment, and the fire and the energy to carry on that pro-life visibility, holding local events, etc., in their own communities, in their own towns and cities and villages right over the summer. And that's really important this year because we're meant to be having, the government is holding a review of the abortion law this year. And I have to tell you, so far, it just looks like a complete whitewash, a cover-up. They're appointing abortion-friendly chairs, researchers to the thing. It doesn't look like they really seriously want to look at the shocking rise in the numbers and what happened with late-term abortions and what happened in the tragic baby Christopher case, where a baby was misdiagnosed with trisomy 18 and aborted, and later tests found there was nothing wrong with the baby. Looks like they don't want to examine all of that. So part of the Rally for Life and the summer of action that surrounds it is to hold our parliamentarians, our TDs, the equivalent of your MPs, to account by making the movement and the message visible and vocal, and saying this review has to actually look at the horrific outcomes of the regime, and we demand that something is done, like to bring down the number of abortions, to offer women better answers, to stop late-term abortions, that concrete steps are taken.
So is there a theme? Is there a way that we can get involved at all? Social medias, websites, give us some pointers, Niamh.
Brilliant. And one of the wonderful things, of course, about the internet, about the web, is that we can support and share each other's messages. It doesn't matter if it's in Venezuela or Dublin or whatever. We can all share each other's videos, share each other's hashtags, and the hashtags Rally for Life and hashtag Rethink Abortion are the important hashtags for us this year, because we are saying, look, the 4 years since repeal, 3.5 years since abortion was legalized, and already the outcomes are horrific. It's time for people to rethink abortion. We can see ourselves, a lot of people who voted yes, and they message us, they put up their own posts on Facebook saying, I didn't vote yes for this is horrific, I didn't think it would lead to this. So everybody's watching this, get online on the 2nd of July. You can follow our Facebook page, Rally for Life, our Life Institute, on Twitter, Instagram, everywhere else. Share the videos, share the pictures, and we would be delighted to do the same for you, because we're a global movement looking for positive change, looking to make abortion unthinkable and to offer better answers for women.
And hey, Niamh, it's quite cheap as well, just to jump on a plane over to Dublin as well, isn't it? Yeah, so we can go over and support each other. I know March for Life are coming over to Dublin.
Brilliant.
And it's get online and get a cheap flight and get over to Dublin and support.
Absolutely, and there'll be a good after party. So we'll all
there's always a good after party. Okay, well, Niamh, thank you ever so much for being with us today, and thank you for inspiring us. And yes, the fight is real, but there is hope. And, we say this at March for Life, and I know you say it at Rally for Life, when we come together on such a big event, it just gives us that fire in the belly to march for life on a daily basis. So yes, we need to march daily, not just for one day a year, but every single day, trying to create this culture of life. And so thank you, Niamh. All the best for Rally for Life. And yes, we're back over to the stream.
Thank you, Niamh. And as a reminder, you can attend the Rally for Life in Dublin, in Ireland, on the 2nd of July, and go to rallyforlife.net for more information.
Have you ever been to the Rally for Life?
I've not. I've been to the March for Life in London, but I haven't made it over to Ireland yet.
I can say that it's amazing. I mean, it's huge. Like, I went there and I was just, the feeling that you get. So please make sure to go, because it's incredible. So next we're going to hear from Megan and Joseph, and they're going to share their story about their daughter, whose name is Evelyn. And she was diagnosed in the womb with spina bifida. She had groundbreaking surgery, and she was then born, and she spent 99 days in neonatal intensive care. And all throughout this process, the parents were given suggestions to abort their child, which I can't imagine anything worse when, as parents, you're going through something so difficult and so traumatic, making sure that your daughter's okay and then being suggested abortion. So yes, please listen to this story.
Hi, my name is Megan, this is Evelyn.
And I'm Joseph.
We are a young family from Lincoln in England. Joseph and I are married, and this is our 2.5-year-old daughter. Evelyn's name means desired child, and we have such an exciting story to tell you about her life and how important it is and how valuable she is to us. In 2019, when I was 25, I tested positive for pregnancy, and it was Evelyn that I was pregnant with. And I remember in that moment when I saw the plus sign, I was so excited, I was a little surprised, and I was looking forward to the journey ahead. And I told Joseph, and he was so happy. And so we went through, as anyone who's been pregnant might know, the first 12 weeks are a bit of a confusing time, because you're excited, but you feel a little bit apprehensive about the pregnancy as well. And you're thinking, is there even a baby there, or has this test somehow lied to me? But when we got to our 12-week scan, the midwife was very, very quiet, and she said that she saw something on the spine. She saw that there was some sort of lesion on the spine, and it meant that Evelyn could have spina bifida, which was something we'd never really heard anything about. So how was that experience for you, Justin?
I think it just took us by surprise. I think perhaps there'd been something of an assumption, those sort of things, because they are exceedingly rare, and spina bifida is very rare. You just assume that it won't happen to you, so it's not really something you make plans for. And as it happens, I think in a strange way we were blessed, because the midwife who was doing the scan was particularly observant, and she said under normal circumstances, the spina bifida wouldn't be detected until quite late on in the pregnancy, about 20 weeks. So in a sense, it was a good thing that we had more time to sort of think and kind of be reconciled to what happened, even if it was kind of a bit of a shock at first.
Yeah. So we were taken immediately into a quiet room. We saw a lot of quiet rooms throughout the story, where a midwife talked to us about what spina bifida was, and then we were given... Would you like to take it?
I'll take it. This is not a seamless segue, but that's okay, isn't it?
They explained a little bit about what spina bifida was, and they took us into another room where they tried to get her into the same position so that they could see the lesion. And that was when abortion was first offered to us. And they said to us, a lot of couples who experience this diagnosis choose to end the pregnancy. So that's the first time that I was aware of how medical professionals saw this pregnancy as my condition, not another person growing within me. This was just my body. This was a condition that I had, and it hadn't gone how I expected. So they were offering that I could just end this condition, try again, and maybe get what I was expecting next time. And for me, I've always been pro-life. I was raised as Christian. I have a real awareness of the value of life, and this was the first time that it really hit home for me how easily this could be introduced, and if I didn't have those strong beliefs, how convincing it might even be. They just were, before they even knew what the condition was, they were already saying things like, this could be a really severe possibility, a really disabled child, wouldn't have any quality of life. Do you want to end this? But we knew from the beginning This was a person who was already a part of our family, and we wanted to know more about her. So even on that day, when she was diagnosed with spina bifida in my womb, I was thinking, I know more about my child. I'm so excited to know more about her. How did you react emotionally to that diagnosis?
Yeah, I think we started to see a pattern emerge there, where I think just trying to be as real and honest as possible, they would present to us the worst case scenario. And I think they were doing that out of a good place, but I think the effect over a long period of time was quite a negative one, just because they were emphasising this could be something that's really minor, but it could also be really severe. But there wasn't, just from a medical perspective, a lot of hope injected to that sort of perspective. Mm-hmm. So that was something we had to go away and sort of try and understand, how can we best see this in a way that isn't going to be giving into fear and anxiety. Yeah. You know, how can we see this with a perspective of hope?
Yeah. So we had a lot of medical appointments then, as you can imagine. We had many scans, and officially she was diagnosed with spina bifida at her 20-week scan in Nottingham, one of the hospitals in Nottingham. And the doctor who scanned us was maybe the least personable one that we had. He was very used to this kind of situation. And it was just after we'd found out that Evelyn was a girl. We were so excited to think about our baby girl, but he said the fetus is a female, and he said, oh, look at that skull. And he was scanning the skull and telling us all the problems, because spina bifida, it would be worth explaining what that is. It means that the spinal cord doesn't develop properly in the first 4 weeks of pregnancy, so that the spinal cord is exposed to the amniotic fluid, which then damages a certain amount of nerves throughout the pregnancy. So it means that depending on where the lesion is on the spine, it means that the mobility can be affected, bladder can be affected, and sometimes higher up above the waist as well. So he said that she's got a myelomyelingocele, I think I said that right, and it was from L3 to L6, and that meant that she'd be affected pretty much from the hips down. So this also affects the brain because of the way the spinal fluid works in the central nervous system with the brain. It meant that she could have very significant learning difficulties too. So they gave us the worst case scenario. They went from head right down to the toe, and they said she might not be able to breathe, she might not be able to communicate, she might not be able to move at all, she might not be able to sit up by herself, she won't be able to use the bathroom by herself. And at this point we'd heard about fetal surgery, and through all of my morning sickness I was researching fetal surgery and what that meant, and if I would be a suitable candidate for that. And I knew that I met all of the criteria, and I'd already prayed about it a lot, talked to our parents, our pastors about that, and we'd pretty much decided we wanted to go down that route. So they were trying to talk us out of it, the fetal surgery, because it's so new. At this point in 2019, it wasn't even on the NHS. It was a research charity that funded it. It was carried out in London and Belgium and some hospitals in America. Groundbreaking surgery where they go into the womb, they correct the lesion on the spine of the baby at 25 weeks, close the baby up, and then they allow the pregnancy to continue until 9 months, when they bring the baby out by cesarean. This surgery can reduce the impacts, especially on the brain and on the bladder, of spina bifida, which is a really exciting possibility. So we wanted to give her every chance that we could. So we took all of the risks into account, and we decided to go ahead with that. So it was the night when they told us everything that could go wrong that we decided Evelyn's name, Desired Child, because we wanted to speak over her that she was wanted, even in a society that was saying that we could change our minds up to birth every time we said that we didn't want an abortion. They kept saying over and over again, you can change your mind, just tell us if you want to change your mind. And they'd ask us at every appointment, which was maybe 5 or 6 appointments we had in those first weeks, which was very confusing to me actually, because the baby was becoming more and more developed inside and more viable as well. And as I said before, she was already a person to us.
I think it's sort of, you're starting to notice a sort of strange paradox where there was mobilised so much talent and skill in the NHS and really, really wonderful medical professionals. who were prepared to do so much to look after Evelyn, even sort of venture into sort of pioneering territory and to venture at new risks just to give her the best chance possible. And in the same breath, there was a strange sort of implicit culture where it was kind of, it wasn't spoken, I would say, but there was a clear undertone that what we were doing was perhaps ill-advised. The chap who did the scan that Megan mentioned, very professional, very accomplished. And when I remember Megan saying, well, we've decided we want to keep this. And he sort of sighed and didn't say anything. And there was a very clear subtext of, I wouldn't do that, but if you want to do that, we will, I suppose, support that. Mm-hmm. And I just remember thinking that doesn't feel like a very balanced playing field. Yeah. when it was so obvious what they regarded as the right decision. But yeah, as Megan said, fortunately we had so many options open to us. And just, the marvels of medical advances meant that even, maybe a year ago, that wasn't a possibility. Yeah. And now we could pursue surgery that would make potentially such a huge impact to Evelyn's life. And that was really wonderful.
Yeah, so we went to London for surgery, 25 weeks pregnant. They do it at that time because the baby has to be developed enough that if the surgery prompts labour, the baby is viable and can be looked after in a neonatal intensive care. But also so that it's not too late that it doesn't make any difference, because what you're trying to do is rescue the nerves on the spine from further damage. So we went to London and we were there for a week, and I've actually written a book about the whole process. My beautiful assistant. This is my book, Desired Child, which is available on Amazon. And it's goes through the whole process of the surgery in great and personal and vulnerable detail, because I want people to know what that looks like and kind of have a glimpse into what it's like to get a disability diagnosis for the mother. And also it's been quite helpful for a lot of medical healthcare professionals just to know what it's like from the patient's point of view. Run-of-the-mill stuff that happens every day to professionals is like life-changing stuff for the patient, which I think sometimes people find helpful to see that perspective. But during that time, the surgery went successfully. Evelyn remained calm throughout. Her heartbeat was steady. They had to have 2 anaesthetists, I struggle with that word, in the room because one of them was managing my pain, one of them was managing her pain. I'd like to point out that during abortions, the baby is not put under any pain relief at a similar kind of age, which I find devastating. That it takes place in the first place, but also that there's no pain relief for such an excruciating form of death. But we carried out the surgery and I recovered quite well. And then we got home to Lincoln from London, and the next day I went into labour. So she was 26 weeks at this point, and I was feeling sick, and honestly I'd been in a lot of pain for the week because I wasn't allowed to be on any pain relief stronger than paracetamol after having abdominal surgery. The Oromorph that I was allowed to have made me so sick, so I went into labour, didn't notice that it was labour because I was used to the pain until I started to time it, and then Joseph said, let's just go to hospital. Arrived there in the nick of time, and at that point, so I'm lying on the hospital bed, they've done the internal examination, and the doctor who first diagnosed her comes in and says to me, this baby's 26 weeks and has just had fetal surgery and she is not going to do well. What do you want me to do? And in that moment, I'm offered the chance to have my child delivered safely or have my child not resuscitated. So I just pause. I can see the staff looking at each other behind her head, and I just say, do whatever you can to make sure she's okay. And that's in a moment when I'm having contractions, I'm in this emotional haze. Joseph at this point was actually not there because he had to go back to get the medical notes that we forgot in the haste to get there. And they rush me into theatre. There isn't time for an epidural. They put me under general anaesthetic again, and they deliver Evelyn. It takes them 5 minutes to resuscitate Evelyn, and they have to put her into a plastic bag to keep her warm, and she's born at 1 pound 10 ounces. That's 740 grams. Very, very small little baby. They said she wasn't going to do well, and you saw her. She's 2.5 now, and going to be 3 in October. I'm so proud of her. And so there we were in Lincoln. She has to be taken to Nottingham Hospital because Lincoln doesn't have the facilities to look after her. So for over 24 hours, Evelyn and I, who have been sharing a body, are separated by about 40 miles. Devastating time. So I just convinced the doctors I was okay when I wasn't, and I went to Nottingham, where they had a room for us while she was in the neonatal intensive care. I feel Joseph should say something because I've talked for a long time.
It's wonderful. Yeah, I think, I mean, obviously as a spectator it was a different experience, but obviously still one that was quite nerve-wracking at the best of times. I think it was, I think we were really, really aware how well we were looked after as well, both in the surgery and in the aftermath as well. And they'd said when you were doing the surgery, they said there's a very small chance that this will prompt premature labour. It is possible, but it's unlikely. And you know, the surgery went as well as it possibly could have done. Some things just can't be helped, I suppose. And we were rushed into hospital. Megan was just so incredibly strong and understated that I was, I think we went as a precaution, but I was like, I feel like she's making so little fuss about this. I feel like, can it actually be labour? And lo and behold, she was almost fully dilated and ready. And once again, that kind of such an incredible array of talent and skill was mobilised to save Evelyn, because she really would not have made it if they had not been so diligent. And in kind of just in a passive sense, just praying, seeking the perspective of God, and he was just saying the whole time that she would be fine, Megan would be fine, just to counter the sort of the natural panic that would have probably rushed in those moments, and just praying. We knew other people as well, and our family and our friends were sort of lifting us up in prayer, and there was a real peace that came with that. And so even there was probably quite a shell-shocked experience afterwards, there was a peace that ran through it. It wasn't sort of as traumatic as it might have been, I suppose. But they came through just after midnight and said, she's been born. They're both all right. They mentioned, as you said, they'd spent a couple of minutes trying to resuscitate her. All very run-of-the-mill to them, I think, because they knew what they were doing. And then she was here. She was rushed into the world, and we had this wonderful, beautiful, tiny, fragile life.
So small.
And we had to sort of rapidly adjust to a very, very sudden change in our life. A couple of months early.
So we lived in NICU. Her whole hand could fit into my thumbnail. She was so small you could just hold her like this. But of course we couldn't get her out to hold her because she had so many, she was so fragile, even though we could see from the very beginning that her personality, and all of the nurses said this, her personality was like a fighter and she was resilient. And I said to my mum recently when we were visiting her, Evelyn has such a strong will, and my mum looked at me and said, that's why she's with us. And it's so true. A week into her life, while we were still adjusting to living in a hospital, and our family and our church family were rallying around us, like financially supporting us, praying for us, visiting for us, bringing us so much food. Do you remember all of the food we had? Piles of biscuits.
I remember how much weight I gained.
My mum and dad flew over to Nottingham to stay with us, which isn't easy for them because my mum's got MS and it's really difficult for her to travel, which I'll come back to later. But so they tell us, I go into the hospital room where Evelyn's sleeping in this room full of incubators. She's got wires coming into her, cannulas in both of her hands and both of her feet. They're pumping her with antibiotics, and she's on a ventilator for breathing. Tiny little ventilator with these little knitted hats that actually keep the ventilator in her mouth. And I hear the doctors talking and saying, we're going to have to take her in for surgery today. And I'm just like, and they look at me and they say, oh no, you shouldn't be here yet. We're not ready to tell you. And I say, why do you need to give her surgery? And they said, she's got a perforated bowel, and we're going to have to take out her whole bowel and fix the problem. So they take me into this little room to counsel me about this, and I think you came along as well. There was like a Wi-Fi problem with phone signal or something. But when Joseph got there, they explained again that there were 3 outcomes of this surgery. The first one, the least likely, was that it would be a very short operation and that they'd be able to patch up the hole and that would be it. The second one was the most common, where they'd have to take out a chunk of her bowel, patch it up, and then give her a stoma so that she'd be able to like recycle waste while it was healing. And the third option is that she would die during the operation or shortly after. So it's not really an option, is it? It's just an outcome. But she went in and we went back to our room and prayed like mad. At this point we had a whole chat on WhatsApp where we'd give updates and it would send out into thousands of people all over the world who would pray for us. And an hour and a half later they call us back and they don't tell us on the phone if it was okay or not. So I'm going back into the ward like, and I see this, what was it, like the religious person?
Oh, the chaplain.
The chaplain's there and I'm thinking, the chaplain's here, it means that she died. Like, and I'm having this freaking out moment. And they say, it was the best case scenario. We went in there, it was a really small hole and we fixed it and she's fine. In 3 days she was back on breast milk and she recovered from that. And then a few weeks later, they tell us we need to take her to Leicester for heart surgery because she's got a PDA and she can't actually get any better at breathing while her heart's like this. So even in that moment, they're saying there's a 10% chance she might die during this operation. Are you sure you want to go through with it? And I'm thinking, these decisions, God, are really hard to make. But I feel his peace and his presence saying it's important. Do the operation. She's going to get better. So she recovers from the heart surgery. Do you remember how quickly she could breathe after that?
It was such a marked difference.
She'd been on a ventilator and on something called CPAP this whole time, and then immediately after the heart operation they could just take that off for hours at a time and she just breathed completely by herself, which was a miracle to us. And then a week after the heart surgery they say the condition in her eyes that a lot of premature babies have is getting worse and worse, so we need to do laser eye surgery as soon as possible so that she doesn't go blind. So this eye condition is something that Stevie Wonder had, and that's why he was blind. So this is a situation, again, she's in the theatre for 4 hours getting laser eye surgery. We're still living in hospitals. We just want to get home. And I'm thinking back to when I was thinking the first time I meet Evelyn, I'm going to hold her in my arms. It was 10 days after she was born when I first held her even, and that was like a lot of tubes. So eventually we got out of the hospital. I don't know if I'm missing anything in that process that you'd like to add.
Yeah, I suppose you can sort of tell it as you have perfectly with the sort of the medical events, and that was a very very stop and start, very sort of peaks and troughs, a lot of unexpected changes that we had and decisions that had to be made really, really quickly. And I think apart from the fact that we were so well looked after, that people we knew and people we didn't know so well, as we shared this struggle, really rallied around us and made sure that we had everything we needed and moved heaven and earth to sort of come and be with us in some cases. And I think what was probably for me the standout from that whole season was just the way in which kind of faith became something to live out in principle as well as theory. And I have always hated hospitals, and so the prospect of having a child very suddenly with a disability and then being forced to live in a hospital for 3 months would have been mortifying, I think, beforehand. And I think just because we went in and we were seeking God's perspective, we were praying and asking for strength, he really showed up. His presence and his peace was there in a way that I personally could not have anticipated. And you hear stories about people who go through trials of some kind, and they testify to God being really present, and that really was our experience. I think it wasn't just it wasn't an ideal or a theory. It was something which we really felt the peace and the presence and the love of God in that time, and it was still challenging for obvious reasons, but it shifted the whole foundation and gave us a hope and a perspective, because we knew Evelyn was going to live. We knew that God had a beautiful purpose for her life. And so in the midst of those difficulties, there was profound hope. There was even moments of real joy and tenderness. And that is something I think we're both profoundly grateful for, because it would have been a very different story and a very different process if we hadn't had God's perspective on it. So I think it was difficult, but I think we both came away in different ways feeling profoundly grateful for the hand and the love of God in that season.
Yeah. I think something that was interesting from the neonatal season of our lives was, again, that question that kept coming back in my memory. You have until birth to decide if you want to end this pregnancy. And I'm in there surrounded by these beeping machines that are dictating the heartbeat of these babies who are that age, like 23 weeks, some of them, all the way to full term and beyond. And you see these babies developing, and you see the way the machines are like working so hard to keep the babies alive when the mother's body is equipped to do that. And I was thinking, man, like it takes a lot of effort from us to recreate what God has made the body to do, which was just interesting. But also watching Evelyn grow and imagining that we could still make that decision even until birth was baffling to me, because by the time she was at full term age, we knew her. Like we've always said that although it was a difficult season, we were so grateful for all of that extra time we got to spend getting to know her and watching her grow, and you get to see something truly special inside the incubators when you watch them develop like that.
Yeah, and it was a really strange disconnect, I think, because the nurses who looked after her and the doctors and the surgeons were so wonderful, and there was such a really special level of care, even almost a relationship between the nurses who were monitoring Evelyn 24 hours a day, paying attention to every small fluctuation in her sort of vitals. And it was really strange. I mean, it was really beautiful to see how well they looked after her and how carefully, but also really strange to know that essentially just with, on a whim, all that could be taken away, that she could just be removed as easily as anything else, as though she were not this incredibly precious life. And that was just a very strange thing to sort of try and assimilate, because, and it's a weird thing, even in kind of culture at large, to try and understand how those two things coexist. Yeah,
definitely. So she was in for 99 days, and by the time she was ready to go, she was feeding from a bottle, and she was still on oxygen support, just a little tiny bit, the smallest trickle, when we went into lockdown. And we had about 6 weeks where we could show her to all of our friends and family before we had this baby on oxygen during a pandemic of a respiratory disease. So luckily, well, not luckily, but it was God's plan, that we had planned to go to Northern Ireland, and we got stuck there with my mum and dad for 4 months. So that was really lovely. We got all of that time that we'd spent in hospital back as a family. Evelyn was completely fine, didn't need any extra support or medical attention, and she thrived, and she started to smile and laugh. And now we're at a point where she's 2.5 and she's learning to talk. Healthcare professionals are saying that she's on a level where she's speaking like a 3 to 4 year old, or even above that. Her body still needs a little bit of extra support, and we're working on physio for her as well. She's not yet standing up, but she's got movement in her legs, and she's crawling everywhere, and she will walk, especially with support, and even run. So we're so glad that we took the path that we did. And I'd love to actually read out a prayer that her grandma prayed over her initially when we were first diagnosed, and it says, "Life in its fullness, that is full health, vitality and energy. I declare exceptional intelligence over you, little one, that you would be known for your sparkle, joy and bright disposition and colourful thinking, that you would think outside of the box in ways that would amaze those around you, seeing answers and solutions where none can be found. I see and declare energy. You will be full of life and overflowing with it. I see a fast talker with much to say, bursting with words, thoughts, insights, and you will need to learn how to slow down, because not everyone can keep up with you, how fast you process, how fast you move. From life's first cry to final breath, Jesus commands my destiny." And that's what we did every time since the diagnosis. We spoke his word over her. We're seeing the fruit of that. That describes Evelyn perfectly already.
It really is a very faithful description of Evelyn as she is now. And I think it's something, I think we said before to people who would find themselves in a similar situation, the reality we have now, even though there were so many unexpected things that happened along the way, was so different from what we expected in those first fearful hours, and the kind of the prognosis that was given and the picture that was painted is so different from the daughter that we have, who is so joyful and so full of life, even with the disabilities that she has in her mobility in her legs. She's just has such a beautiful life, and she makes our life so full. Yeah. And she's such a blessing to so many other people. Yeah. And I'm just deeply grateful that we didn't believe that kind of that prognosis or that kind of negativity that was presented when we first were given the facts. Yes. Because it's turned out to be so much better, and I think that's the story for a lot of people.
Yes, and growing up, my mum had MS, and from the age of 2, that's when she was diagnosed. I watched her body grow a little weaker, and she lost strength and control over her limbs. And just growing up, she's such a joyful and beautiful person and our lives were so wonderful, and she made that happen. We travelled all the time as a family, and we just made it work with her disability. So to be confronted with this discrimination when in a society where we are like making the way easier for people with disabilities, where we're honouring them and reducing discrimination, it's just baffling to me that on this side of the womb that's the case, but on the pregnancy side of the womb, it's just blatant discrimination, that if a baby has disabilities, then they can just be killed up to birth. And that's different because for babies without any abnormalities, the age is 24 weeks. So that's a huge amount of time difference. So if you have anyone and you're watching and you have anybody who's been diagnosed with spina bifida with the baby that they're carrying, I'd love to recommend that there are a bunch of pro-life charities on March for Life's website, but also just to affirm them that often medical professionals do give the worst case scenario, and there's actually loads, like tons of blogs available from mums who have babies with spina bifida who talk about how we were told this but this is the case, or we were told this but it wasn't as scary as you think. And I'm a huge believer that God gives you grace for the season that you're in. So if you're a Christian, then I would take that on board, and if you're not a Christian, then I would just say that there are so many people who can support you and work with you. Reach out to the people around you, ask for the help that you need. What we've found is that Evelyn brings so much joy because she's special and because she's different. So don't believe the lie that your child is going to be excluded from society because of a disability. It's just not the case. And also, I've grown so much stronger as a mum who has a child with a disability. I've had more opportunities than before. I have more time than before. And even though it can be really, really hard, I think it's the hard seasons in life that actually form us and make us stronger. So I would just say that this is an opportunity to flourish and to thrive, and not to back away in fear to them. So when people are often talking online about abortion, it seems like it's very objective and it's very debate focused, argument focused, but for me it hit home when it was my real life. And when you're in a situation where you go to every hospital appointment and people are asking if you want to terminate the pregnancy, then suddenly it hits home. This is a person that we're talking about, and every single time we're talking about these statistics, we're talking about people. The reaction of the medical professionals, especially when we were facing the diagnosis, I can see why so many women choose to end their pregnancies, and I think it's 81% of babies with spina bifida end up aborted, and I think that's because society sees this as like, I'm expecting to get pregnant and I'm expecting this specific outcome, and if this isn't it, then it's okay for me to just end it and try again. But for us, that wasn't the case. She was a person already, so I think it would hugely affect how we would have faced that.
Yeah, I think the reality is, I think for so many people, is so different from the uncertainty you experience at the prognosis that can paint a very bleak picture. And even with the surgeries, even with the difficulties, and with Evelyn's disability, having her here, being a father, is such a beautiful experience. I'm so grateful every day that we have Evelyn in our lives. And that's something we would never have had if we believe the worst. As you can see, she's absolutely delightful. But yeah, I would say don't believe the picture that fear paints, because the reality is almost always so much better.
Wow, I mean, what an incredible story. Thank you so much, Megan and Joseph. And you can even get the story yourself through a book that the mother, Megan, wrote called Desired Child. You can find it on Amazon. Just type in Desired Child by M.E. Bell, and you can read all about it.
Well, I'd like to introduce the final session for today, although we do have 2 more live streams coming up, so be sure to tune in for those 2. We've got Dr. Callum Miller answering the question, can a medical abortion be reversed?
Can medical abortion or abortion by pills be reversed? Well, this is a bit of a controversial issue, or at least was until recently. As you might have seen in the news, 2 doctors in the UK have been investigated and accused and persecuted, really, because of their practice of trying to reverse the process of an abortion that was started with pills. In effect, and in the end, the doctors were completely cleared because it was agreed by all the experts in the case that there was evidence for this practice and that it was safe. Normally in a medical abortion or an abortion by pills or by drugs, you would take 2 different drugs. The first is mifepristone and the second is misoprostol. And you would normally take the mifepristone first and then wait 24 to 48 hours before taking the misoprostol. What happens is that if you only take the first abortion pill, mifepristone, and you regret doing so, you don't want to have the abortion anymore. If you don't take any more medication, you don't take the misoprostol, there is a chance, up to about 20%, that your baby will survive. What some doctors have been offering is progesterone, which is often given in many conditions in pregnancy to help prevent miscarriage. What has been found is that if you give progesterone quickly enough after taking the first pill, the chance of the baby surviving improves from about 20% up to a significantly higher percentage, more like 40 or 50%, although this varies significantly depending on how the progesterone is taken, when the progesterone is taken, and how far along the pregnancy is. Still, the evidence suggests that the progesterone does increase the chance of the baby surviving if it is taken quickly enough. And moreover, the procedure of taking the progesterone has been shown to be safe, and it's done routinely by doctors in many different cases in pregnancy. So we know that abortion can be reversed through this mechanism. It's not foolproof and it only increases the chance of the baby surviving, but the evidence that it does increase the baby's chance of surviving is fairly good. And so it is a lifeline in many cases, and the evidence suggests that many, many babies in the UK and in the US and elsewhere have been saved through prescribing progesterone. Now, the most remarkable thing about this development is that people who call themselves pro-choice have been trying to remove this choice for women. People who say that it's a woman's choice whether she has a baby or continues a pregnancy or not are explicitly and deliberately campaigning against this choice for a woman to continue her pregnancy. And this really reveals the true face of the pro-choice movement. That while many people in the general public genuinely are pro-choice, and may have an aversion to abortion, but genuinely thinks it should be a woman's right to decide, there is a certain factor within the abortion lobby, the abortion providers, the Royal College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, who do not want women to have this choice, and so have been campaigning against the possibility of abortion pill reversal and persecuting doctors who have been prescribing it. And this really constitutes a significant challenge to the idea that these groups really do support a woman's choice about what to do with her pregnancy. So therefore, of course, those of us doctors who do support life and who do support a woman's choice to continue a pregnancy have been delighted that this treatment is now going to be available again. As I said, and we should be completely upfront about this, it does not always work, and it should only be done under the supervision of a trained medical professional. But in those circumstances, there is evidence that this is a lifeline for women who have taken the first abortion pill and who regret doing so, either because they never wanted to take it in the first place because they were coerced, as we know that about a quarter of women having abortions are, or because they were ambivalent about the abortion and changed their mind shortly after they've had the first pill. These women exist, these women are real, and these women should be given the support. And it's a tragedy that their existence is denied by some people and that the only lifeline that they might have is trying to be removed from them by certain powerful groups with vested interests in abortion. And so what I would say is that if you're interested in this, either in providing it or making it more widely known, or if you are in a situation where you have taken the first abortion pill, I would look into abortion pill reversal and see whether there are doctors who can help you. I will be absolutely clear that this is not a fail-safe, foolproof way of saving the pregnancy, but there is evidence that it can improve the chances. And the doctors who prescribe this will want to do their very best to make sure that you are looked after and that you will receive the support that you need in that situation.
Well, thank you, Dr. Callum Miller, for answering that question very helpfully for us about abortion pill reversal. If you know anyone who finds themselves in that situation and has taken an abortion pill and immediately regrets it, you need to take action immediately. So reach out to us or other people in the pro-life movement you know, and we will try our best to get you the help that your friend needs. But when will we see abortion providers actually providing this information to mothers rather than pushing them down the lives of ending the lives of their children?
It's so true. And with that and all the information we've given you today, I hope that we've provided you with some amazing information that you can go out and tell all your friends and anyone that you know, people that might not really know much about the topic. So please feel pushed to go out and spread the pro-life message and actually do something about it, because there's only so much that few people in the UK can do, and that's why we all need to come together and end this genocide, because that is literally what we're up against.
So there are 3 key ways which you can get involved, and the first is by donating to the cause. Millions of pounds are used each year to finance the advancement of abortion in this country and beyond. And our government's involved with this, the abortion industry is involved with this. When are we as the pro-life movement going to become as serious at financing the end of abortion as the other side are advancing the cause of it? And so I'd really encourage you to think deeply about that question. And if you'd like to donate to March for Life, please do visit our website at marchforlife.org.co.uk.
And an incredible thing that March for Life puts on every year, which I've been to, and I believe you have as well, is the March for Life UK, and we're doing it on Saturday the 3rd of September this year in London. Now, it is amazing, but the numbers are just too small and it's just not good enough. I mean, we've got Ireland, we've got the US, we've got Poland. England is quite big on the world stage, but we really need to up our numbers for March for Life, because we can't accept the fact that other countries are bigger than us. So let's make sure that we get everyone, go to anyone you know, any pro-lifers, even people that aren't really sure about it, get them all involved, and let's make this the biggest year that we've had yet.
Absolutely, and the more people who come, the bigger impact we'll make.
Exactly.
And the more opportunities you'll have to explain to your friends and family what you were doing on the weekend, and thus, just spread this message in your contact networks.
Exactly.
The third way you can get involved is by going to our website and looking at the list of pro-life organisations that exist in this country. We have many fantastic organisations in a lot of different spheres of society, and they all need your help as well. So March for Life is just once a year, but actually we'd love to mobilise you to get involved year-round, because this crisis will not end unless people like you step up and take action.
So we'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place. Thank you so much for joining us today on Livestream 22.
The river is full of little drops of rain, and each one of you, each contribution is a little drop that's making that river great. So whoever you are, wherever you're from, whatever your faith, whatever holds your life together, whatever experiences you've been through, and whatever awaits us along the road, let's value this moment.
Abortion's the number one issue for today because the right to life is the most fundamental human right of all. So if you're not going to argue for the right to life for everyone, then all other human rights are extinct.
In a society where unborn babies are not valued, how can you really value anything else?
We abolished the death penalty for the guilty. Why do we still have it for the innocent?
Today I have come to support March for Life. I have been there, I've been through it, and I know how difficult it is. Sometimes you need somebody to let you know that you can do it, no matter how difficult it is. Abortion is not giving an opportunity for another life to live. You don't know what that child is going to be. No reason is good enough to have the abortion. Every reason is good enough to give it a life.
I'm here today knowing that if a pregnant woman walking down the street sees the march and she's considering abortion, she might hear us, she might see us, she might see one particular banner, the banner I saw, and she might cancel her abortion.
In years to come, when people look back with clarity at this number one issue, the greatest human rights violation of all time, and they ask, how could there be so many bystanders? Let no one be able to say that among those bystanders was you or me.